Are you ready? Welcome to the early birds here, 10 minutes before the official live stream start. But I wanted to use the opportunity to say hello to everyone who's already been waiting here for the day of the days. It's not yet the day, it's one day before even. But yeah, we are lucky enough to be able to preview you the version 1.0 of Le Mans Ultimate. So tomorrow it will finally leave the early access. And I'm super excited for one particular car. I think that's like everyone's highly anticipated content piece of the update, the Aston Martin Valkyrie LMH. Yeah, let's maybe recap a little bit the Lambo Ultimate. When did it release? And yeah, what was the development like? I think it's safe to say that Lambo Ultimate is the title that kinda is the most important for the existence of a whole company by now. Yeah, like Motorsport Games and Studio 397, the developers. After all the struggle that they had in the years prior to and also in 2024, but especially with all the controversy around IndyCar game, BTCC game, Cardcraft, and so on and so forth, license issues, all that kind of stuff. And then they started with the more Ultimate in early access in February 2024. And since then, we've been looking at all the updates. We've been live streaming it. We've been driving and racing it in our racing club. Several nice events that we had. And yeah, it's now going towards the 1.0. Also introducing driver swaps and stuff. The first driver swap event will be on the 1st of August, I believe, with the Qatar race. And I'm excited. And hello, Pishbot already here. I hope you're not a bot, Pishbot. But I don't think you are a bot, because we chatted quite often by now. Yeah, and I think it's safe to say that the foundation of Lambo Ultimate, the World Endurance Championship, and it's the official game of the FIA World Endurance Championship, that this series of racing is just amazing by now. So many... not a bot, lol. It's one of the greatest racing series right now, I think. With the variety that we have also when it comes to manufacturers like Ferrari, Toyota, Alpine, Peugeot, BMW, Porsche, Ferrari, you name it, all in the top class. When there was years of Toyota being the only one rocking the class, so to speak, when it was still LMP. So yeah, it's exciting. It's an exciting, also like going to the future. I think this WEC racing series is super exciting, and having the official game in such a good shape is a really cool thing. But yeah, we will remain objective, and I don't have any other plans today, guys. So let's just stream the Ultimate for the next couple of hours. We have all the time in the world to go through all the details. We can test whatever you guys also want. We can show everything. Hello, Necrodogs. Hope everyone's doing well. Yeah, I hope so too. It's just, what a great start into a week, pretty much, here with LMU 1.0, showcasing the big update for tomorrow here. So yeah, hope you're all good. Yeah, we can maybe start with the patch notes. They are pretty long, like the release patch notes for the Ultimate 1.0. Let's actually go there. It's on overtake.gg, of course. The big news here. Yeah, Lambo Ultimate sees its version 1.0 release on July 22. That's tomorrow, by the way. And I think the update is due around noon. That's their plan, at least. Let's see if Steam kind of plays to that as well. So, yeah, latest by afternoon or evening, it should be live, pretty much. Do we know what time? Yeah, I just talk about the time. I think 12 or 11 a.m. CEST is the plan, so that should be like... If you guys wake up in Americas, the update should be live, I guess. But as we already have a preview of the 1.0, and it works, I can tell you already that, it might be safe to say that the update is ready in terms of the content and the patch and so on. So it's just a matter of the Steam servers probably to push the update live for everyone. Yeah, I'm also so excited for the Aston Martin Valkyrie. Are those new position marker signs already in? Are they... Yeah, we can check the patch notes now, if there's any mention about position markers. Good morning, Ash! So many people already woke up here. Incredible. After a steady stream of improvements, Lambo Ultimate is finally at the end of its early access cycle. The official WEC WEC Sim launches its version 1.0 update on July 22, that's tomorrow, including the 2025 content to run alongside the Real World Endurance Championship season. I kind of misread that, like real world. The Real World Endurance Championship season, that way. Oh, there's my face. Oh no. To see the update in action, tune in to Michel Volk's livestream. Hello. We've already highlighted of what's coming earlier, which includes the Aston Martin Valkyrie AMR-LMH. This car will be the first piece of content that we're about to test very soon. And the Mercedes AM, yeah, we will also test the AMG. And yeah, also the Evo version of the BMW M4. There will also be an Assetto Corsa Evo this month with their new 0.3 update. Yeah, plus, and that's a big part, 2025 liveries with the exception of LMP2. So LMP2 seems to take a little bit longer. But LMP2 was not in the 2025 season anyways, right? Because the WEC rounds are without LMP2, no? It's just Le Mans then that had these. But don't quote me on that. Maybe I'm wrong. But you guys in the chat will know. Like, LMP2s were only in the big Le Mans event, right? Hope the changes make it click for me. It just feels like a prettier R Factor 2. Yeah, I believe there's also a new tire update for AMG GT3. We will also test that. I can tell you about the... And now I just accidentally started my own live stream. That's cool. Le Mans Ultimate release notes. Let's go through them. Because as you can see, they are quite extensive. Let's read through the most important parts, and then we dive into the game. But as I said, we have all the time in the world today, so we can race here for numerous hours and then test all the new content and see also if the AI was improved. So we have the Aston Martin, we have the BMW, we have the AMG, and the 2025 season. And the Le Mans, yeah, the Le Mans LMP2 liveries come in a later update. Implemented the new car setup screen. Looking forward to that. Added support for position displays as used in the 2025 WEC season. Yeah, I think that's what you refer to, right? The position marker signs. That's the new, like, color coding for the classes, or what? Or is it like the position displays, you mean? Like the ones on the cars. Yeah, we will check also replay footage to see them. LMG GT3 tire tweaks, and I think they also changed the color coding. Yeah, that's what Mad Day Man was referring to. LMG GT3 tire tweaks with heating, cooling improvements. Oh, we will test that to an extent in the stream today. Also planning on running a lot of LMG GT3 today to test the new tires. But we will first drive Aston Martin Valkyrie, that I can tell you that. Fixed AI tire temps for not heating up when skipping from... Oh, the poor AI, I didn't know that. That they didn't have any, like, updated tire temps when skipping this lab. Yeah, fixed game crash, clearing livery cache. Fixed livery editor crashes on reload livery. Fixed some issues. Yeah, custom livery still have a lot of problems sometimes. We also saw that in our Racing Club events, where in the spectator view they didn't show up and stuff. Okay, now they also support the car plates, the number plates, because before everyone with a custom livery had number 397. Hello, Sauerkraut. Welcome to the stream. Sauerkraut, you have been driving in our events, I believe, right? In our Racing Club events. The new LEDs are on 25 cars only. We will see. DLC support. Repackaged all the free content to be part of the base game. Like Mustang, for example, right? Disabled safety car from leaving the pit lane. Fix the crash when viewing car setup information. Fix tire condition still deteriorate. What is this word? Deteriorating. I don't know that word, guys. What is deteriorating? Sorry for my English sometimes, but yeah. When setting tire wear to off. Fixed HUD timing panel toggling not working. Okay. Numerous bug fixes. Is there any particular bug fix? Bug fix. Is there a particular bug fix that we should look out for, guys? Is there anything you you want to know, or that you still remember that was bad or anything? Fix an issue when multiple players have a starting penalty. Fixed loading a default user interface. Added new driver panel in watch screen and replay mode. Also fixed some like difficulty profiles. Updated game credits and added community members that submitted a response to our 2024 community survey. Replaced LMU boot video with a new trailer. Okay. Changed references from... Okay. Various corrections and fixes for UI. Helicopter update. Even the color scheme of the helicopter was updated, guys. Spa-Francorchamps 2024 advertisement update. Fixed lot popping on Aramco and Camel Strait. Fixed the last endurance garage containing incorrect branding. Terrain review. Quota, a real road heavy loading as saturated. Monza has some updates, so car updates. I'm also wondering about BOP updates. I can pull this a little bit bigger here as well for you guys. Added display panel, yeah, we saw that. Fixed swingman camera. Updated the teams to correct pit spots even. Okay. AMG GT3 tire tweaks. Inconsistent damage. Okay. There was an issue when you picked no tire wear, the tires were still degrading. Oh. Added missing cockpit lights. Added endurance lights. Cockpit light for the Ferrari. So numerous like smaller fixes for the cars. It's nice to see. Inaccurate side mirror casings for the Ford Mustang. Cool, cool, cool. Yeah, that's about it pretty much. Then I would say we can jump in game pretty soon. I also want to see that new trailer that they have in the main menu. So I will just boot up the game from scratch so that we can also see the new introductory trailer. So we will test everything, as I said today. Every single detail of the game. Let's see. Let's jump into that. Here it is. Let's see if there's a new in-game trailer. Sich verschlechternd. Ah, okay. Deteriorating. Okay, here's a new trailer. New music. I hope it's not copyrighted. Aha. Nice. Copyright. I hope we don't receive a hit here by DMCA. Yeah, pretty cool. The new start screen for 1.0. And here we are. Yeah, that's a test build, so my driver rating has not carried over. I hope there's no... like, yeah, ripping the driver ratings, like, or resetting them. That would be harsh. I hope we can keep those of the early. There's no mentioning in the patch notes, right? I don't know yet if we have to like grind again. Check your profile. Yeah, we can see if this resetted statistics. Yeah, there's nothing. But maybe they will carry over from the live game then, or from the early access. But maybe I haven't read anything about this. Maybe some of you guys know if there will be a full reset of online statistics. Yeah, if it happens, then it is what it is. But yeah, here we are. Okay, but that, like I said, that's yeah, please no reset, right? But yeah, that's that's a test build, so it's not the exact 100% build probably that you will drive tomorrow. But yeah, here we are. And if you guys have any questions in between, yeah, it's not public yet. No, sauerkraut. Like I said, the update is due tomorrow. Like, I think their original plan was around noon to push the update through Steam. I haven't seen. There are BOP updates on the patch notes on the LMU page. Okay. Yeah. We can check. We can check that later. But I want to first dive. I had first. First, I want to dive head first into the content. Pretty much driving. We want to drive. We want to see that glorious Aston Martin. So let's jump into the first race weekend here. And that's also a new screen already that we can see here. We can start the new race weekend. And this is a little preview, foreshadowing of the next DLC that is coming later. Yeah, ELMS with Silverstone and LMP3. And we have access now to 3 seasons. A negative point that I have to make here for a 1.0 racing game or sim racing release, there's no way to start a season. Like, you can't just drive a season like a career, sort of. So there's nothing like that for now. But they previewed it already in the latest update video for the 1.0 release, where they said, hey, this will come in 2026. So everyone who's like hoping for a season or career mode now, they have to wait. That's not part of 1.0. That's a bit unfortunate. So you can, like, as a single player aficionado, you can only run single weekends. You can, of course, create your own Excel file and run in the correct order and stuff. That would be absolutely possible. But aside from that, yeah. Also, if you choose, like, if you are confused that you can only see this like selection of tracks, you can always go all, and you can also run the tracks that are in Le Mans Ultimate that were not part of the 2025 season, for example, now. Also quite nice that you can see, like, in which kind of pack the track was released. So, for example, Imola was here in the up in the pack 1 of 2024. It's also nice to see. So having an overview if you are running a certain event or something, knowing in what kind of DLC the track released. Yeah, my first test is always Sebring. I love that track, and I think it will tell us a lot about the characteristics of the Aston Martin. Here it is. Aston Martin Valkyrie LMH. The car we've all been waiting for in all its glory. And yeah, there's the 007 and the 009 Aston Martin with the red details, and the other one with the yellow details. We will choose that one. Yeah, 6.5 liter V12. That can only sound nice. We'll do a little practice session. Let me quickly go through the options. We just start with heavy grip. That's what you usually see also in the online events. So getting used to the heavier grip would be fine. Yeah, we don't make a private practice. We also want to see the AI on track. Where we can have a private quick qualifying just for a few minutes then. Yeah, let's do like a 10-minute quali. Also heavy preset, and that can be private. And then we'll have a quick race. How long should the race last? Like 20, 30 minutes in the Aston? Let's go for a 20-minute race. We can do longer races any time, but let's go for a 20-minute race first to get a good feel for the AI during the race as well. That should be enough, probably. 7 p.m. That will be a bit dark, maybe, but it's fine, I guess. We can lower all of these like 1 hour prior. That's fine. Remember, guys, there's a little trick I can tell you. If you right-click all these like menu elements, they go a bit faster, and you can also click medium mouse button. But as I have this keyboard that doesn't have any medium mouse button, middle mouse button, so I can't press it. It's a bit unfortunate. Okay, 30 minutes. Okay, Ash. Then we do 30 minutes. It's fine. It's a fun combination. So yeah, partly cloudy. Just random weather, guess that's fine. And here we go. AI difficulty, maybe. Let's check for that. I usually run 95. Let's see how competitive they are. I will just keep it as it is. Okay, let's go Aston Martin action. We go 2025 season. That means there were no GT3s? No, right? My question is if Sebring was even in the no, it was not in the schedule probably. Ah, no, it's fine. I was just a bit confused. Respect the bumps, yeah. Yeah, what a beauty. A top tip for Valkyrie, stay away from curbs. Yeah, we will see. No, still no safety car full course yellow for offline users. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's also unfortunate. Yeah, no safety car functionality yet. Yeah, I was about to say, Niklas, it's also not for the online. I never saw a safety car online, and I've been racing a lot recently. But for the intro for 1.0, the intro shows a full course yellow. I guess it will come soon. Like, it's in a similar state where they couldn't hit the schedule with this feature as with the online driver swaps, as they will only be a test run in the event on 1st of August. So there are still many things missing. That's for sure. And we have to hold them accountable for that as well. If the foundation is all right, I would say we can accept that kind of. So here we are. That's the new... Can I disable my camera? No, I can't. I can disable the lower camera, but not the main camera. I didn't map that button, but that's fine. That's the new... We can basically see everything, right? That's the new setup screen. We now have way more information already available also in the basic screen, which is like... we had virtual energy before, but I believe we did not have the electronics preview. And we had only pretty much the virtual energy and the aero. And I don't think that we had tires either. So that this is much more like base information available already compared to before. And I think this is still the same, yeah. These pages haven't changed all that much. But it's good to have an overview. It also sometimes help to just make sure that the correct setup is loaded. Let's see, like we have the Coach Dave setups again, like even for the release, which is great. I think looking at the electronics, the Coach Dave setup is more in line with what I would expect, like in terms of brake bias and TC for such a car. But we'll see. We will test that now. Let's just run with the Coach Dave setup, standard setup. I will quickly just check for the brake pedal force. I will set that to 100. Let's see how bad the lockups are. And then, guys, let's finally start driving. As I have turned off the steering wheel, I quickly turn that back on so you guys can also see the steering wheel. No arms. On. Steering wheel on. And then I will get back with my seating position a little bit so that you can also see the steering wheel of the car. That's quite nice, this little like sign that you have on your dashboard that has the racing number on it. I've never really seen the cockpit of the Aston Martin, so that's an interesting sight here now. Okay, that's the graphics of the steering wheel, kind of. Quite cool. Let's fire it up. Ah, okay, it has a bump start. Interesting. Oh yeah, here it is. I think we need some engine load for it. I turned up the volume a little bit for you guys now, so we can all enjoy. No arms is new, yeah. True. It's been there, yeah? Okay, I was not sure if we would be able to turn off the arms before. Now that Ash said it was already there, I don't know. I don't know when they updated that. Okay, now let's listen. Ooh. Holy moly. Oh yeah. It's really good. It's really good. I mean, we heard it already in this like clip that they shared. Okay, that's really good. It makes a difference if you hear it through a video or a clip, or if you actually have it like on your PC with your good headphones and stuff. Oh my god. That sounds insane. Let's listen to the downshifts. Yeah, it's the best sounding car for sure. Yeah, for sometimes in games with V12s, because they have such a like linear and clean note, sometimes they sound too artificial. Yeah, I think it will be among the best sounding cars in racing games, 100%. So far, I would say my favorite would be the Lexus LFA in Gran Turismo 7. That V12 is also fantastic, but this is really, really good. Let's listen to the replay. Whoops. Ah, okay. Someone messed it up. Replay. Ah, they changed the replay. Replay bar? Ah, I think they changed it. Yeah. The whole replay screen has changed. That was not in the patch notes. Ah. It looks clean. I like it. Also, this timeline is way more like split into segments and stuff. But let's just listen. I turn up the volume again. Ah, you can now turn these elements off. Track map doesn't work. Ah yeah, here it comes. There it was. No. I agree. The 911 RSR GTE was also pretty fantastic. Niklas, yeah. That was also really good in LMU. Ah, we have to create a list of the... I mean, it's very individual always. But at one point we have to create a list of the best sounding cars. But I really like this new clean replay HUD. I wonder if you can also change like it's very transparent here, this graphic, for example. What I'm a bit surprised about is the track map, because there is no track map yet. I check on all my screens. I have a quadruple screen. No, just kidding, a triple screen. But there's no track map anywhere to be seen. Yeah, I don't know. Car status is also a thing, but this also doesn't show up here. That's a bit weird still. And if I close, I'm back here. Okay. Yeah, good stuff. Yeah, then really, like, I also think that this is a new option. I don't think that I have seen it before. The steering wheel option with no arms. I think it stopped here. Like, you could turn it off, fixed or on. I think this no arms thing is new. Okay. pressing brake. Stream is not crashed. I just hit pause. It was always there. Okay, so then we suppose it was always there. That's fine. But it maybe looks better with the arms on, to be honest, now for the stream. But I will later turn it off again. But for now... Ah, no, wait. For now, we keep it on for people to also see the steering wheel. Because the steering wheel is part of the car, you know? So we show it also on stream today. Usually I disabled it. Because my view here, like as you can see in my wheel cam, usually my view kind of fits the steering rack of the car. And then also like kind of optimized with the FOV. But I want to have you guys having a good viewing experience here today. Okay, let's just continue. Getting a first driving impression of the Aston. Is audio okay? Can you hear me well? And is the car loud enough? Just let me know. You can change it anytime. Yeah, this tower look of this LED bar is kind of interesting. How do our tires look like? Kind of warm. I just wanted to adjust my camera a bit because it is a little bit too far away. I can't look into the apex really. That's my little issue that I have right now. Can we quickly talk about the sexiest part of this cockpit, please? That you can see the inside of the tire. I haven't noticed that yet. That looks fantastic. That looks really cool. Oh wow. Oh yeah, that's nice. I think that's also the case in the Ferrari maybe, or some other hypercars as well. Porsche now back. Yeah, but the car feels pretty unique. It's not 100% like the Ferrari nor the Toyota that I have the most experience with. Steering is a little bit different. Yeah, but this soundtrack that you have while driving hits different. So far, it's I'm running the Coach Dave standard setup. Pretty settled. Yeah, I have 100% brake pressure, and you can tell you have to be sensitive on the brakes. It locks up pretty quickly, and we almost lost it here. Wow, that was an interesting reaction. So as usual, you have to be a bit cautious with the slower stuff in the hypercars. Okay, so far no problems with the AI. In our race, it is it's very stable around here, but I probably will lower the brake pressure a little bit. like 95. Yeah, and these are now all the 2025 liveries here, so keep an eye out. Oh, there's the new BMW, the Evo version of the M4 AMG GT3. And FPS-wise, it's pretty stable. I don't see any performance increase. But yeah, the new taillights here on the BMW. Oh, yeah. Yeah, especially like if you go through those medium speed corners and you hit a bump, the car's getting pretty unsettled. And I feel like you have to steer a little bit more than, for instance, is in the Toyota. Needs a little bit more steering effort to place it into a corner. And it seems like you have to be a bit more cautious with your throttle input. Like in the medium speed corners, you can't step on the throttle too early. We have TC slip angle at 9 right now. And the main TC value also at 9. And the TC power cut at 8. Well, have I even loaded the Coach Dave setup? I'm not sure by now. I think it had 979. Now we'll see. We also need a bit of time until our tires are in an optimal... And the ratio between... Yeah, a lot of lockups right now. The ratio between virtual energy and fuel does not really align yet. To find a different ratio there. Audio okay, by the way, guys? Let me know. Okay. Like here, for example. Yeah. I wanted to recreate that moment. Because there's this like super dangerous bump on track. And you have to be very careful when like accelerating. So through this corner, you just have to like roll it for the majority. Just let it like, roll and should be fine. Sounds great. Yeah. Okay. Good to know. Okay, guys. Then let's quickly skip to the qualifying. Turn to garage, and then we'll see. Also testing a little bit here and there with the setup then to see how the car reacts to it. Yeah, but the soundtrack and the feel in general is really nice. Okay. Yeah, let's load the Coach Dave setup again. It has, it has 989. Let's go with the standard 969. A little bit less power cut. And, yeah, the brake bias maybe was... I had more lockups on the front, right? But I will just check. Yeah, I will leave the max pedal force at 94%. To avoid some of the lockups, and the rest should be fine for now. We'll just lower the fuel a little bit. We don't need the full car here for qualifying. 28%, just a few laps. Just try to get the best possible lap now. Audio is good, thank you guys. Yeah, Michel, did what I usually a sunset bend nearly lose the car. Okay, let's continue. I love that the car has the bump start. Could be a bit more energetic, but it's probably just the realistic sound that the car has. But look at the front left tire. It is so cool to see that from the inside of the cabin. Yeah, this weather looks nice. Cool. Love that car. I can tell you a little story about the Aston Martin Valkyrie, actually. We visited a preview event last year in summer at Silverstone for Project Motor Racing. You maybe remember our interview that we had with Ian Bell. And occasionally there was a track day happening. And this was used by Straight 4 Studios, developers of Project Motor Racing, to do the sound recordings and like 3D model scanning for the Lister Storm. And at this track day, there were numerous Aston Martin Valkyries, like the street car version of this car here. And there was even Adrian Newey, who is, I think, one of the engineers behind the Aston Martin Valkyrie, the former Red Bull engineer. He was also there, driving his very own Aston Martin Valkyrie. And I think there's never a day in my life, again, where I can see, like, 3 or 4 Aston Martin Valkyries at the same time. But the presence of this car, like, even the non-race car version, is something really special. Nice splitter on the front. Let's check that again. Oh yeah. It's a big carbon splitter here. A little bit earlier here. It's interesting that they also constantly update the AMG GT3 tires, but they left the LMH or hypercar tires untouched for a while. Wonder if they... I think Stephen Hood mentioned in our interview that we had, they're also going to apply some of the tire model changes to the hypercar in the LMP2 classes. But that hasn't happened yet. Let's go on a fast lap. So bumpy this track. Incredible. Still lockups. There was the front, right? I haven't really seen where we had the lockup. But it felt more like it was in the front, so I will change the brake bias a little bit. I think the Coach Dave brake bias is a bit too much to the front. At least for now. Oh, yeah, way better. Oh, yeah. This corner is sometimes tricky. You have to kind of learn how each car reacts here and how early you can be on throttle. Not that early, it seems. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Keep it on the inside here. Use a little bit of the curb outside. Love this track. This one is also super nice here. Yeah, still a little bit of lock up. Oh yeah, it's really like the rear gets loose quite easily. Interesting. I'm still driving with my Toyota GR10 muscle memory. Can you wipe off the bugs of the windscreen? Oh yeah, good idea. No, I can't. Let's wait until we have a few more. But we need a good lap now. So I have to focus a little bit. Because we are 18. Sounds so good. Oh, this car is a beast. Almost stepped out with the rear again. Maybe it's time to, again, change the brake bias. So careful here this time. Let it run a bit more towards the outside there. But then we are running out of space here a little bit. Well, that's okay. It's definitely one of the more unstable, more wild cars. Especially compared to Ferrari and Toyota, the other LMH competition, and Peugeot. That was a better one. We are still off pace. But the AI, even on 95, is quite strong. Full lockup again. I don't know, man. This car locks up way earlier than the others. Have to be way more sensitive with your brake pedal. Interesting. Like here, you could brake hard. You can. Wow, what a beast! You can brake way harder usually, but it's also dependent a little bit on track temperature and. But the grip should be saturated now. I can almost never go 100% brake, even though the car is warmed up now. Maybe it's also due to the brake migration. Could also be a thing. It's now maxed out to 2.5 F. So a brake migration value can also be changed on the fly. Do I have it mapped somewhere? Oh yeah, here. You can see it was at 2.5% F. That means it's basically a dynamic brake balance. What it does is, the harder you press the brake, or the higher the brake pressure is in the car, it has a like variable brake balance, so it will... Okay, that's it. So while braking, the balance will go more to the front. Like the more load you have on the... It's a natural thing, right? You brake, and the car makes this move, kinda. So you want more brake... more brake balance distributed to the front. Yeah, it's a very good, Alex. It's a Valkyrie. The Aston Martin Valkyrie. It feels pretty wild in the first, for the first impression, I have to admit. It's not the easiest car to drive, that's for sure. But as the car is not very successful in real life so far, I mean, it's the first year, yeah. They have all the time in their lives to not in their lives, but they have some years where they have to go for development and learnings and stuff. So it might not be a surprise that this car might not be the most drivable of all. We had the exact same time as Dries Fantor in the BMW. Interesting. Yeah, let's see how the AI is now in the race. That's also an interesting part. I haven't read anything about like big updates to the AI or anything, but still interesting to see how the experience is. We should just get a fresh set of tires, loading the standard setup again. Yeah, brake balance, brake bias, not quite sure. I think 53.2 is fine for the start of it. And I will keep the pedal force at 94% because we had so many lockups even with less fuel that I think I will never brake 100% except for the very early phase of the braking zone. So this is the suspension setup. Don't know if it's on the harder side or softer side. It's more hard than anything else, it seems like. More on the harder side, actually. Ride height should be quite high here at Sebring. No, it's actually also not that high. Interesting. But it's also not the lowest, at least here for the Coach Dave setup. But my main problem was maybe that the car was a little bit too stiff, especially for the last turn. But yeah, we will make it work. Let's see. Let's just jump into the race now. Unman, how does hypercars balance work? Of course, the internet of BOP, the intent of BOP. The intent of BOP is to be balanced, but the devs won't have to follow the same rules methods of the ACO. Yeah, sure. Fortunately, it won't rain because Dries van Toor's in the grid. To hybrid hypercars, keen on so there's many elements to this BOP for the hypercars. It is of course. Yeah, the weight of the cars and also the power ratio, but also how like ACO and also LMU manages it is the virtual energy. So as you can see here in our setup, we have the virtual energy. And that translates not only to the fuel that we carry, but each car has a like ratio or factor to it, how much virtual energy is consumed. And with adjusting the fuel to virtual energy ratio, this is then more interesting also for endurance racing, right? But some cars just have to pit maybe earlier than others, and therefore have different stints and are slowed down in that kind of regard. So there's many elements, like especially I think the weight and power ratings of the cars that are influenced for BOP. And the Ultimate had a few BOP updates during the early access, where they changed back and forth between cars. But it's still the case that some cars are just meta cars, I would call them, that are used more in online races. Oh look, the AI even adjusted their fuel or their virtual energy to the length of the race, it seems. So we have, we are sandbagging a little bit. We have a little bit too much fuel. But I don't know if that was the case as well before. Oh, let's see. Tires are warmed up. Yeah, we have to catch up. Man, this car sound. I can't get over it. It's so good. Okay, there's the AMG GT3s. I have reduced also the number of visible cars around me, so you can't see the full grid of AMG GT3s, but it should also be 18. So it's like 18 or 19 per class. Beware of the Peugeots, yeah. Okay, let's get a clean start here for once. The AI is still running a little bit too slow in this like 60 phase. Because oh, hello, Mr. Peugeot. I always hit the pit limiter to run exactly 60, and the AI is always a little bit too slow. Man, these are pretty quick with 95%. Yeah, especially tricky, braking towards this hairpin almost. There's even a little bump just on top of the braking zone. Oh, the curbs are a no-go zone here. Oh, no. Don't go on these curbs. Let's see if they also like fight or if they are just running in a train. They're using really all the track, like they are skill-wise, they are pretty good. If you are new to LMU, this will take a while to get on this level. I would suggest if you just start with LMU, just lower the AI to 90 or 85 even, because on 100% they are sometimes faster than esports players. It's just not realistic. I think the AI is also cheating in LMU. They run more power. If you have them on 100. That's what Ash told us yesterday at least. Yeah, curbs are lava confirmed, yeah, but you wouldn't use most of the curbs here anyways on Sebring, so... This one you can a little bit. We are dead last. Wow. So this one you can hit. But this one probably also on the exit you can use, yeah. Yeah, we are up to the true Aston Martin performance, being in last place. But we are alive. I'm curious to see the moment when we hit the traffic. But so far there's no like fights or position changes. That looks a bit boring. I would love to see a few like mistakes or attack attempts. I really have to stretch to even keep up with these guys. They're, not gonna lie, they are pretty quick. There's our chance. Will he defend? Oh, mess it up. But the alternative would have been crashing. So I kinda gave up on that right side to give him the space, but that also led to a small mistake. Yeah, it's tight. Try to catch up again. Catch up time. So my mission for this race is to at least catch the Peugeot Duval. But I like this element of the AI that they are not just giving up, you know what I mean? There are other titles where the guy would just have backed off completely, and this is also wrong. So I prefer a slightly aggressive AI. Man, this Peugeot looks also very sexy from the back. Ah, look, he's going for like little defensive line here. Let's try to do it again. No, it doesn't work this lap. But this fight already feels pretty nice. He's also altering between lines, like you can see he's like in a defensive mode now. And just remember, it's AI that we are racing. If you have just tuned in, you can see like from the steering wheel what car we are driving. If you cannot tell it from the sounds, which you should be totally able to. So, guys, what will be the first thing you do in the Limo Ultimate update? Let me know in the chat. Will you also drive the Aston Martin first? Or maybe the AMG GT3? It's also new. It's the next car that we will check out. But we also have to do one longer race, like a 1 hour race, to see also how the strategy plays out for the AI. If they are like fuel saving or anything. Oh look, he's on the defensive line again. Meanwhile, the rest of the field is slowly fading away. Yeah, first gear is too beefy. Man, this car has some torque. This V12? Yeah, what's the battery even like? I kinda completely forgot about... wait. Do we not... Are we not using our... Ah, this car doesn't have... This car doesn't have the motor map adjustment? Yannick! Tell me about this car. I didn't know that it doesn't have a adjustable motor map. Is it like a mild hybrid system here in this V12? Does it? It doesn't have any MG UK or what? Huh. Maybe I have to read a bit about the exact configuration of the Aston. Yeah, there's no hybrid adjustability in this. But I remember I read something that this car is a pure V8 without... something is different with this one. But we will figure out with the help of the chat. Okay, so it's way safer to short shift into second in those kind of corners. Because if you step on throttle in first gear, you will just lose the rear. So short shifting, as for many of the other hypercars on corner exit, is also the key here. But once you adjust to the car's behavior and character, it feels pretty good. But I'm far away still from my usual lap times that I can do in the Toyota, for example. Okay, our team partner, Riberas, is in 13. Okay, now's the time. Yeah, he's giving us the space to survive. He's backing off. Nice. Yeah, nice. Got him. Next on the list is Paul Di Resta. Was a pretty good lap this time around. Or better than the other ones at least. So we are getting into the groove. just gradually apply the throttle. That's definitely helpful. I feel like in LMU of the hypercars, it's always like the curve of your throttle application and brake. They almost follow the track's layout and the track surface. Bit late at the apex here. That's also a super interesting corner, also in terms of mastering it. But hey, our lap time is getting better and better as I'm getting used to the Aston Martin. I think we can also go earlier apex here. And also here we can cut like this curb zone a little bit more. Yannick, are you here currently? Can you tell us about this hybrid system of the car? Because I just noticed that I can't change the motor map. Doesn't have the same... it doesn't have the same, like, MGUK unit that the other cars have probably, right? Is it different in that sense? So here's the next Peugeot on our list. It has none, yeah. So my memory was right. When I read about the car last time, I was like, okay, this car doesn't have... But it has some sort of, like... It must have a electric motor, because when I started the car, it had no engine. Like, it had a bump start, kind of. Maybe it just has a little supportive unit for pits and stuff. But maybe... Yeah, don't know. I had a sound bug earlier with the Mustang. When the Mustang released, it also had no sound in the lower gear ratios. Maybe the V12 is as smooth and silent that you can't even hear it. Might be. Okay. Oh, it's time for the traffic. Let's see how this goes. Hey! Give me some space, dude. Oh! He's like, yeah, I give you the space, but only the space that is required. Okay, got it. The road-going Aston Martin Valkyrie has a battery electric system. Yeah, I knew that. I thought the race car would have also the same system as the other cars, but probably the power output is too high. Because this V12 is a weapon. It has 700-ish, right? Oh, we are getting closer to the traffic now. Also, Andlauer now only 3 seconds. They lose a lot of time in the traffic now. But that's a point that I'm still missing with the AI, so they are just not fighting. That's a bit sad. There's a setting for AI aggression. You can also experiment with that a little bit during today's stream. But it looks like, to me it looks like the focus of Studio 397 with the AI was first to have them running stable and managing the traffic also in a safe way. If they would have like a routine to attack or fight. So let's see if this car can anticipate us coming here. It's pretty safe. Yeah, and now we can also witness all the glorious 2024 liveries. Yannick, if you're still here, maybe you can message Motorsport Games and ask them if the online progression will be reset or if everyone carries their stats from early access, like online statistics. That's a question that we can hopefully answer during today's stream. Okay, we are just right behind that BMW. Oh, the new Mustang livery from 2025. It looks so cool. Nice. And there's the AMG. Oh, there's the end of the track. Nice. There's the new BMW livery. Or the new Evo version of the car even. Yeah, he's now covering the inside. Still there. Still there. Oh, yeah. Cool. It's good. That was pretty good. But I can feel that we are quicker than him. Let's try here again. As we just saw last time, that was not the best spot, but now we are... Oh, he's still there. This time we were a bit safer through here. And this time it worked. Okay, next on the list is a Porsche. 10 minutes left. Oh, Lambo Ultimate is even in the chat. Hello, Lambo Ultimate. Welcome. So kudos again to whoever designed the sound of the Aston Martin Valkyrie, because it's glorious. Like, I can imagine when we have the sound box in our office in the upcoming days, the radio, we will just play the engine note of the car all day long. Online stats won't be reset. Okay, that's good to know. Yeah, that would have been cruel to some who already like put hundreds of hours into the online mode. They have to regain all of their stats, but that's good then. It also means that like for a fresh start, if you just plan to start with LMU with version 1.0, you are likely to see also more not so experienced drivers. Because if everyone would start from zero again, that would mean that all the sweaty esports drivers are also in the bronze class. It could be frustrating for new players, but this way it's pretty good. I can tell you guys that the online mode is where it's at right now in the Ultimate. I had a lot of fun recently with the daily races and weekly races and stuff. So it's a similar cycle as in iRacing. Every Tuesday there's a new selection of events that you can go through. And yeah, especially if you are new to LMU or especially new to sim racing, I would encourage you to focus on one track per week where you like run multiple events over the course of the week, and then you kind of learn the track, you learn the characteristics of your car. It's also worth specializing in one car at one point. Like overall, like the hypercars, they are kind of similar-ish, like in the grand scheme of things, but yet there are small nuances and differences. Also, when it comes to the shifting, I don't want to lose the position with the Peugeots again. Okay, we have to catch Dries Vantor again. We have a little flat spot. It's also a thing in LMU. Carries over from the R Factor 2 tire model. Whenever you have a spin on track like I had just, it will create a flat spot on your tire because, yeah, one tire is then locking. So you kind of want to prevent that while spinning out already, but the process of the car spinning just creates those already on your tire marks, and not on your tire marks, but on your tire surface. And especially for the first lap, you feel in your force feedback, you feel a good amount of this flat spot, like creating vibration in your steering wheel. It also affects performance. The car is just shaking a bit more, so you have to be a bit more careful also over, especially on tracks like Sebring with the bumps and stuff. But in general, it should be fine. It's not the end of the world. Sometimes FPS are tanking a bit. I think it's also due to the weather transition that we have here. Going into the dark. It's still not ideal. I think they have to go through a bit of optimization for like... and if you are still here, Lambo Ultimates, someone had a request that you can... that you can like wash away the flies on your windshield with the wiper. But I don't think that this would be realistic. You can see now our windshield is quite dirty and the wiper will not affect that. But to be honest, guys, if you have like a chunk of insects on your windshield, just using the wiper won't help that in real life either. So I can see where this request comes from, but at the same time I'm like, okay, maybe that would be a bit unrealistic as well. I think limited vision is part of the experience in World Endurance Championship. If you have seen some of the races where they had crazy insect... Like, it was Le Mans this year, right? Where the windshields were just flooded with insects. And if you saw the onboard sometimes, you could barely look out of the window because it was full of insect bodies. Oh yeah, this curb is lava. Just reminded myself about this. Yeah, this corner is still tricky. To have to brake a little bit earlier and be a bit smoother on the apex. But we can catch that BMW. That's the mission now for the... Oh, again here. What does the tire wear say? 80. Usually we shouldn't feel too much difference on the tire grip. And let's try to give that BMW. Let's catch him. Vantor. 1.8 seconds. 4 minutes left. Can we do it? I still feel the flat spot. Still like vibrating in my wheel. Now we are getting closer. Second gear is way safer here. 1.1 seconds. Let's go. Yeah, there's also a very tricky bump. If you hit it in the wrong direction or at the wrong moment, your car is gone. That's the tricky part about Sebring, altering between the lines, especially in traffic. There are a few very mean spots on the track. You can just unsettle your car. Oh, a bit late. Yeah, but I'm learning. I'm getting more and more used to the characteristics of the Valkyrie. That's the name that we gave the car now, the Aston Martin Valkyrie. Because the car is comparatively wild to drive. It's sensitive to brake lockups. Like a micro lockup is always not the end of the world. It's kind of fine. Sometimes you see just at the very start of the braking phase how like here, for example. Mini lockups in between, that's okay, I guess. Ah, let's catch him. Jeez, Vantor. Oh, the curb again. So from here I would now start to like experiment with a softer steering, softer suspension setup. Oh, traffic again. It's our chance. Can we slip through? Yeah. Yeah, but this hypercar AI, he knows exactly where to wait and when to attack. Now we have to go through one more lap. But at the beginning of the race I said that the AI was using the correct amount of fuel and virtual energy for the race. But it turns out they also had too much. So that would be cool if they would calculate the exact same virtual energy amount that they need for a stint. Oh, let's catch him. That will be dangerous here. Yeah, one track where the traffic was really bad with the AI was Portimao. We will also test Portimao later today. Yeah, if you have just tuned in, welcome to our live stream here today. Le Mans Ultimate 1.0 will be released tomorrow. And this is a preview of the final version that makes LMU leave the early access tomorrow. But we got access to this build here already thanks to Motorsport Games and City397, as many other creators, so there might be other views and reviews and videos uploaded by now, so you can basically watch the whole day of Le Mans Ultimate 1.0 impressions. I saw also James Baldwin streaming currently, so we have some great choice here today. Yeah, I'm especially interested in what some of the professionals or real-life racing drivers will say also about the yet now it's a chance. Final corner. What they will say about the... Oh, he's taking the gap. Final turn. Here we go. Okay. Secured 15th place here. Nice. Oh yeah, catch up time is a nice meme now as well here, Alex. Catch up time. Yeah, I will be testing the AMG. That's the next one actually. Yeah, Silverstone is on the list indeed for the ELMS update. Yeah, tire warming. I haven't had any issues with tire warming, but we will see it now in the LMG GT3 as well. So yeah, Lambo Ultimate just confirmed that we will not have a stat reset for online. That's good to see. Michel, love the non-functional Sim Magic FX Pros. Did it freeze? Yeah. I didn't even look anymore. Yeah, but sometimes it indeed leaves the chat, kinda. The telemetry, first and foremost. Yeah, let's rewatch the start. Here is, for everyone who just tuned in, that's the new HUD for the replays. They cleaned up the elements and graphics here a little bit. It's a bit... now it's also the track map. Wasn't here before. So you can now like individually turn on and off different elements, and also the car status is now also here. Yeah. Pretty clean. Question is, will this also go away at some point? Ah yeah, it's the replay bar. It's just, yeah, you can turn it off completely now. I wonder if this bar on top also disappears after a while, this little gray area. That's like a special interest thing for content creators sometimes, and when we create videos, also hardware reviews and stuff, I love to use the replays also sometimes for like transition shots, and then you'd like to have a clean replay window. I mean, you can crop in a little bit to get rid of the gray bar. It's not the end of the world. Let's get to my car quickly. Ah. Yeah, we can take a glimpse of the updated liveries here as well in GT3. Previously, any HUD would disappear if you click the mouse wheel middle... Yeah, the middle button. You know what keyboard I have, right? No middle button. Oh, that Mustang livery is really nice. I like the 2025 Mustang liveries more than the 2024. That looks... And now you can also see the side marks. The position markers. That looks dope. Here they are. Yeah, summary of the Aston, of course. My first impression of the Aston, I will tune the audio a little bit lower. Let's go to like the part where we have traffic maybe. So it looks a bit more interesting on track. This is when we go through traffic. We hit the traffic around 15 minutes left, I would say. Ah yeah, here's traffic. Oh no, there's no traffic. There's traffic. Okay, yeah. A verdict of the Aston Martin Valkyrie, first time trying it. It's, like we said, it's a Valkyrie. Aston Martin Valkyrie. It felt a bit unstable. I mean, that's also partly due to the character of Sebring. But even considered Sebring, it was still a bit, especially in medium speed corners, it felt a bit unstable. First gear, accelerating out of corners in first gear seems like a no-no. You want to short shift into second at corner exit pretty quickly. That's also the case with other hypercars. Not so much with the Ferrari maybe, that's quite stable also in first gear, but first gear accelerating felt pretty unstable. You have to be pretty sensitive if you want to do that. It makes more sense to just shift into second gear. Compared to the nearest car. Yeah, my main car right now in LMU is the Toyota. And the Toyota GR10 feels way more balanced for the first impression really. But we have to drive maybe other tracks as well. I would probably also drive it on Portimao later. I will now test the Mercedes AMG GT3, the new car, and then we can also test the Aston Martin again on another track maybe. Yeah, but that said, it felt wild. I had way more lockups under braking that I had before. That's made due to the fact that this car doesn't have any recuperation of braking. Like usually, you recharge your battery when braking, and I can imagine that the recuperation of the cars usually also pays in, like counts towards the braking. So you don't have the engine brake of the electric component being so strong, and that could be a reason why the Aston is way more difficult on the brake. That's just a theory right now, but it could be true. Yeah, Marius. Yeah, that's why I do Sebring often, testing FFB. FFB is fantastic still, like it was also before. Yeah, so therefore braking, nailing that braking in the car to not lock up the rear or front tires is pretty difficult compared to the other hypercars in my experience now. And medium speed corners, like how settled the car is sometimes when you step on the accelerator. That's also probably due to the strong, torque maybe of the V12, but other cars have turbo engines and they should also be pretty, like, if the power kicks in, they should be pretty unstable, but sometimes not the case. Yeah, so we still have to wait and see. I will run more tests in the Aston Martin Valkyrie later. But first, let's jump in the AMG. But side markers look pretty cool. Liveries look pretty good as well. We can maybe go through the liveries of all the 2025 cars now. Let's start a new race weekend. And yeah, what's the next track? Maybe how do you guys feel about Imola or Monza for GT3 testing, or maybe Spa or Fuji? You can decide pretty much. Maybe I would say we go Aston Martin again in Algarve. But first, let's do a GT3 race. So the first who drops the track here, like Imola, Monza, whatever, we will take it. Monza would be good for the AMG. Okay, Ash, it's your choice. We go default Monza. And then we can go through all the GT3 and hypercar liveries here for 2025. They will be all for free, by the way. That's if you already invested into Lusail. Yeah, we can also run Lusail, but then in a hypercar maybe later. If you invested into early access already, then you get all the 2025 stuff for free. So also the Aston Martin will be free. AMG GT3 will be free. And so are all the liveries here for 2025. I think Aston Martin also stepped up their livery game. I think they look a bit nicer than 2024. I like the look of the cars. Then BMW also not only updated liveries, but also updated the car itself. It's now the Evo version of the M4. And as for the tracks, also for the cars, it tells you in what DLC pack the car was released. That's pretty helpful, I would say. Then we have the classic Valentino Rossi 46 Skechers livery. Is Monster Energy gone? Where is Monster Energy? Is Valentino not sponsored anymore by Monster? Uh-oh. And then the 31, like the BMW M livery, looks really nice. I love how Ken Block just kicked off this style of livery back then. I think he was the first to introduce this kind of style with the zebra stripes and everything. Like, it's so iconic. It always reminds me of Ken Block's Gymkhana Fiesta liveries and also the Focus Rallycross back then. Then Corvette. Oh, the red Corvette. That looks nice. I have Marlboro vibes kind of when I see this like top portion here. Otherwise, classic yellow. Nice. Yeah, 24-hour Nürburgring would be nice in LMU as well, I agree. Nordschleife for LMU. We asked Stephen Hood about other tracks that are not in the standard, WEC license kinda. And man, they look cool. They are not as like different anymore to each other. In the year before, we had the yellow Mustang, or we had 3 different Mustangs in 2024. And now we only have 2 Mustangs that are pretty similar, but this livery is spot on. It screams Ford, it screams like classic Le Mans vibe kind of as well, and then it's just the Ford racing colors. It looks pretty good. Lexus. Oh, we can rate the liveries as well quickly here. Like between 1 and 10, I give the Aston a 6. Tier list of liveries now. BMW, that's a 9 out of 10. Wonderful. That's an 8 out of 10, the Valentino livery. I like, even though it's the old school Subaru colors, that's a little bonus point maybe for me. So it's an 8 out of 10. That's a 9 out of 10, clearly. Like, this is super good. Corvette, I skipped the Ferrari, by the way. Corvette, yeah, it's nice. It's okay. It's a 6 out of 10, I would say. It's just red with some stripes on it. The classic Corvette, it's not really like detailed or like, I don't know, innovative or anything. I would give this also a 6 out of 10. The Corvette liveries, they don't catch me that much. The Ford livery, I would say also like the pony here, how it's implemented with the stripes. This design is pretty cool. I would give it also a 9 out of 10. Lexus hasn't changed that much over last year. How do you say, chat? It's a good, mediocre racing design. Nothing wrong about it, but it's not like outstandingly nice. I like the color scheme, kind of. This like wine red it fits the brand. Lexus is more like a luxury brand, and this red screams more like saddle gentleman luxury. So for me, it's also 6 out of 10. Not bad. McLaren. Oh, that's colorful. Reminds me of the old VW color schemes that they had. Like, what was it called? This like, all the body panels had a different color. It's cool, but not crazy good. I would give both of these also a yeah. This is quite boring, right? It's just orange, and it's like a standard livery in the game. It's nothing special, I would say. Not blaming McLaren. Yeah, this screams 90, so I would give the 95 a 5 out of 10. Or maybe we have to raise the bar a bit. This is a 4 out of 10 now. I said it. And this is a 6 out of 10 as well. For the 90s charm, I would say. Then the AMG. That's just a silver arrow. It's not very creative, not very special. It's just silver. So we can't. Yeah, I see why it is the way it is. Yeah, it's probably AMG is also celebrating some like anniversary, so it's fair enough. But it's iconic. It's AMG. We can forgive them. It's 5 out of 10. Okay. Porsche, the Iron Dames. I love that style. Oh, this is cool. Like graffiti style. You will immediately notice like this car is remarkable. You will immediately see it on track. I love that Porsche also can kind of match the LEDs of the headlights to the livery colors. So that's also 9 out of 10. I love that one. That's a bit more on the standard racing scheme side of things. That could have been this could well be a standard livery in some games. So that's also 6 out of 10. Then we have a blue design. This one has a special character, I feel like, because of the arrows that are flowing around the body of the car. It kind of resembles the airflow of the car and looks a bit like a wave. So this car immediately screams like, I'm running through a river or something. I like it. I like it. Probably a 7.5 out of 10. I can't decide between 7 and 8, so it's a 7.5. And then the hypercars. For the teams not being creative with inventing new liveries, they get a minus point every time they use the same livery from last year. Sounds harsh, but it's fair, okay? Alpine, I love the Alpine brand, kinda. The how they color things, like this blue, this metallic or almost chrome blue kind of love that. It plays also with the French colors. And as I also started experimenting, creating liveries for the hypercars, it's pretty hard because the body of these cars doesn't make it easy to like create a livery or design a livery for these cars. So I can respect that. I love this like dark tone to the front here. So for the car, I think it's perfect. It perfectly fits the brand, perfectly fits the car. It's a solid 8 out of 10, really. Alpine looks good. Aston Martin. Yeah, the standard Aston Martin colors, the British racing green kinda. Yeah, they haven't really decided to create all the teams basically have the same livery for all of their cars if they are the manufacturer's works teams. And there's no difference here. It's just the red that is different. I think there could be more. It could be nicer, but at the same time, they want to have a clear brand message, and I can also understand that. And therefore, it's a solid, also 7.5. I would say it's noticeable Aston Martin. It just perfectly represents the brand. Nothing wrong with it. I can see why they designed the car like it is. Yeah, BMW is a bit more creative with their colors and their patterns, and I really like that. It also has this two-tone, showing the pure carbon fiber here in the front left. I love that. It's really good. It's really good. Similar to the GT3, and I gave that a 9 out of 10, and I would give this also 9 out of 10. I love this. Also, the shell version plays with the same pattern, so you can tell they are from the same team. It also kind of resembles the German flag somehow, yeah, with like gold, red, and black. Yeah, also 9 out of 10. BMW, great job. Cadillac, sponsored by Hertz, the Hertz team here. It's the standard Hertz scheme for many years. It's fine. 7 out of 10. Yeah, I love this dark blue. Also the Cadillac stripes, and similar story as to Alpine, I would say. What do you guys think? Maybe the Alpine livery is a bit nicer. So this is a 7 out of 10, I would say. Then the Wayland Corvette, yeah, same 7 out of 10. Ferrari. I mean, what can Ferrari do to not ruin it? Maybe just not add a lot of blue to the livery. So if it just stays within the Ferrari cosmos, so to speak, it's fine. It has a lot of carbon mixed with red and yellow stripes on top of it. Not super creative, but it kind of flows with the design of the car. It's Ferrari. Yeah. What can you... If I now say it's a 6 out of 10, I would have a lot of Italian people in the comments disliking the video and stuff and the stream. So, guys, it's a 9 out of 10, okay? It's the Ferrari iconic Le Mans winner. You can't say anything negative about it. We have to give this to Ferrari. And also the yellow one from 2025, Kubica, the winner of Le Mans. It's just inverted, the livery. So they are 9 out of 10. I don't want Italian enemies, okay? Peugeot, pretty cool. Also has that kind of not so much Ken Block vibe like the BMW GT3 had, but I also like this neon yellow color scheme with gray of the Peugeots, also pretty iconic by now. And I like how they colored also the body panels. It's a bit chaotic. It doesn't really follow a design guideline or anything. It's a bit mishmash of everything. I would give this a 7.5 out of 10. Porsche, running the same scheme all and all over. It's by now also iconic, I would say. You immediately, if you see the Porsche, you know what it is. And it's pretty simple. It's pretty simple. I would give this a 6.5 out of 10. There are cars that have cooler and nicer liveries than the Porsche, even though it's iconic, like I said. But then we have the Proton competition team. And that's basically just white with a few sponsors and green color on it. Not much effort in this. This is probably I don't want to blame anyone, okay? It was probably a designer that made this car as well, but it's the most... this is kind of cool, this fat sticker here, how it kind of comes out of the... I'll give them that. But otherwise, it's for me the worst. Probably the most boring livery so far. 4 out of 10. Or 3 out of 10 even, maybe. And then Toyota. Yeah, this is a livery going back to the iconic Le Mans winning livery of 98, 99. So we have to give them that. It's just a recreation. We can probably, guys, I forgot something. We can even go through different versions of the liveries. Maybe I have not seen all of them. Maybe we have just seen the Le Mans liveries now. I'm sorry for that. But I don't want to extend this segment for forever now, going through all of them. But we can check for the alternatives, though. That might be interesting. Yeah, and then the classic black Toyota. I don't know. It's a bit boring, right? 6 out of 10 is fair, I think. Let's see if there are some alternatives even. So what do you guys think about my votes? Anyone having a completely opposite opinion on some cars? The MacBook for Porsches, yeah. Silver Boat, Iron Dames. Yeah, Iron Dames is pretty good. Chris Styles, we plebs wait till tomorrow. Getting teased with all the stuff and have to wait 24 hours. Yeah, sorry guys, but at least you can be here and enjoy us exploring the stuff. So there was a special livery for Spa that had like the main difference. What is the main difference for Spa then? I think this part here, the shark fin is a bit different. It's colored in blue here as well, with a bit of a 3D design. And WEC is also pretty similar. Has Aston Martin ever changed their livery? Have they run any special liveries? No, right? Alpine maybe. WEC versus Le Mans, no differences. Nah, I think that's it for the big surprises, kinda. Maybe this Porsche was different somehow. Has anyone else celebrated some anniversaries where they run special liveries? The Iron Dames Porsche also has an alternative. Oh, I really prefer the Le Mans livery for Iron Dames. WEC is also cool. I love the colors. But the Le Mans livery was particularly cool. Like this car is also pretty much the same. Yeah, Ford maybe. I could imagine that Ford ran a slightly different livery at some point. No, they didn't. Lexus maybe. Interestingly, here it shows even new everywhere, which is also interesting. It has many different, yeah, because I think sometimes also the livery is just different because the driver lineup was different. A nice livery preview, Michel. I like the yellow Ferrari. Yeah, the yellow Ferrari is iconic. Standard Porsche hypercar is just no good, says Ash. Make sure to check the GT3 BMW's livery variants. They're neat. Yeah, let's check again the BMW quickly. And then let's drive. I want to drive again. Let's see, at BMW, they had Sao Paulo. Oh, yeah. Here it is, guys. True. The Sao Paulo livery. That was pretty new, I think, right? That was just introduced 2 weeks ago or so. I saw it at BMW's Instagram feed or something. Yeah, that's reminiscent of Brazil and Ayrton Senna. And they also have Augusto Farfus, the Brazilian, here in their team. Yeah, I mean, just for the love of Brazil and the Brazilian community, they are always so kind. That is also 9 out of 10. 9.5 out of 10. That's the winner. Yeah, BMW really... BMW seems to be one of the manufacturers that put the most effort into creating livery designs. That's really, really cool. All of them are nice, kinda. Yeah. Be it the hypercars or the GT3s, I would say we can all agree that BMW might be the livery winner of this little preview of the 2025 liveries. Okay, let's jump into the AMG. Are there also maybe some more exciting? Yeah, look. We blamed AMG for using only silver arrows, but that was not true either. So here's a little apology to AMG, showing that they indeed had a few different ones that look quite nice. They are cool. Yeah, let's run in the Black Beast here. Black and Yellow Beast for the next test in Monza. Same story, maybe the race a little bit shorter. 15 minutes should be fine. Let's see advanced options. It still doesn't save your previous settings here for your presets. So I would expect LMU to kind of save my options. If I wanted heavy preset also in practice, it should save that from for the menus every time. I will just tone down the AI a little bit to 92 because they were quite competitive in 95. I feel like you have to be prepared to match the skill level of the AI sometimes here. They are quite strong. Let's go. Yeah. Verde amarello. What is verde amarello? Yeah, and if you enjoyed the stream, guys, I'd be very happy about a thumbs up and also subscribe to our channel and hit that bell for notifications. Yeah, and I also read that per event, if you run Sao Paulo, for example, they should also run the exact same teams and liveries. Like, this should be updated then. And as you maybe saw, they also updated the little class icons to the 2025. Sorry, to the 2025 standards. Will version 1.0 have full course yellow and safety car implemented? No, I don't think so. Ah, yeah, verde is green. True. Yeah. Amarello, yellow. Yeah, green and yellow. Yeah. Okay. There was Brazilian or Portuguese in that case. Okay, let's test the AMG. I will go with this browse setup screen is also new. Looks good. Coach Dave. Is there a difference between standard and Coach Dave that we can tell? Yeah, also brake balance is adjusted. Yeah, let's just drive and get a feel. Also sound check, of course. V8 twin B-turbo. So, difference between twin turbo and bi-turbo is, by the way, twin turbo means both turbochargers have the exact same size and output. And in bi-turbo setups, usually you have also two turbochargers, but one is a bit slower for the lower rev range. And there's then the kind of a transition phase between the smaller and the bigger turbo for the whole rev band. I think that's the major difference, talking about twin and bi-turbo setups. Okay, let's listen. I will boost the sound. Oh, like from the low revs, how it growls. Yeah. It feels so slow after driving the hypercar. Yeah, downshifts are pretty crisp. I just have to get used to this boat-like handling now, coming from the Aston Martin Valkyrie going into this. Let me also quickly change the cockpit view. We can also see the steering wheel. Zoom out a little bit. Yeah, sounds great. Like very deep, growly. I like it very much. That's the wheel. Does this exist yet as a sim racing wheel? No, right? Looks pretty cool. Like, it's very, very simplified. I like that. Okay, let's find a good seat position. I think it looks good. Welcome to Monza, everyone. It's grunty, yeah. Yeah, I think the Merc will be a beloved car by many. Very slidey right now. Let's look at the tires. Stone cold. You can feel the car's floating a lot currently. Yeah, this car with its front engine configuration. Oh, there was Aston. Third gear is pretty strong. I think it's a similar story to the BMW, where you have a very good mid-range torque. Oh, the car is just floating a lot. Wow. Doesn't feel too good right now on the outlap. But we need to give the tires a little bit of... Oh, I want to show you something quickly. Turning off my secondary camera. There's some written notes even. There's a sticker like in the car's cockpit. First, I think what is interesting is in this like the sticker of the track map, pit speed 60 kph. Why is it yeah, the wrong way? And then we have a sticker also. Function name DDU ladder. PPU limit offset, PPU pre-control, fuel, energy, saving, lift guidance, speed limiter, radio volume, DDU brightness. It's nice that they have all the little like cockpit details also modeled. Yeah, sounds like it's supposed to, I agree. Yeah, sound department is doing great at Studio 397, that's for sure. Also love the flybys when there are cars just around you, overtaking you on track. Oh, the steering feel is not that great yet. In some like steering, sometimes it feels very dead and understeering. Can you check that with onboards? It's very close. What do you mean, Days of Blunder? Let's try to unsettle the car a little bit to see how it reacts. When I was young, we always said in Germany, when I want to drive a Mercedes, I call it a taxi. Yeah. You can tell characteristic-wise that it's like the majority of the driving physics are around the front axle. Even though we have rear-wheel drive, you kind of control the car via the front most of the time. So, sound is super close to what you would hear on the onboard video of the car. First gear is pretty short. You would probably use that only in the tightest of turns. As a mid-engine enjoyer, I found all of the front engines so sluggish. Yeah, I agree. I have a similar feel. Very stable. Very friendly. It's very, very numb. Like whenever I turn the wheel like 90 degrees, like so, it's super numb and dead. And I don't know, that's it's a bit weird. And now we damage the front. Let's look at damage model. Yeah, just a few dents and scratches. Yeah, there's not an extensive visual damage model for LMU. There's a mechanical damage, of course. Like you can really lose your aero and spoilers and stuff, so that works. But aside from that, it's not like soft body damage or anything. You're just losing body parts, worst case. Let's see here, like, because we are pushing the car over the front here a lot. Yeah, and it just feels like you're driving on ice sometimes. It's weird. So that's not so enjoyable yet. But I can't tell you if it's supposed to be like that. And then also, the gearing in this car, like it's in 5th gear, it's already like in the red. In the cockpit. But not yet on the in-game graphic. You can see that. It's a bit like when they launched the Ford Mustang GT3. There was a little bit of a alignment issue between the in-game HUD and the actual shift or the actual revs of the car. But that's something that they can easily fix probably. This might be due to our early access version of the 1.0 update. Okay, I'm getting a little bit used to the steering feel. It's just way different to the hypercars, obviously. I think from the tires perspective, like how we were able to warm up the tires, nothing wrong with it. I will now try to be a bit more aggressive with my inputs to see where the limits of the car are. Oh, okay. Yeah, good. Okay, I mean, touching the grass is not really a good test. It will just kill you. Let's try a fresh attempt. Going with fresh set of tires to see how they behave. That's the old tires. We have to grab a new one. Just load the setup again. Yeah. Can also test a little bit more with the TDC settings, of course. I will just keep it at 656 now. I felt like from acceleration. You can see it also in the car's dashboard, like TC. When it's activating, it's lighting up. Okay, so the cold tires still feel like you're driving a boat, but not as bad as before. So even in the first turn, you can control the car way easier, I would say, than with the last update, or tad easier. That already got better in the last bigger tire update. Breaking into the ABS is nice and engaging and action-packed as before. Like you get a lot of ABS force feedback transmitted through your wheel. It's pretty nice. Maybe I should try to fix the telemetry quickly of my steering wheel. Just that you can see also my wheel again with the correct like LEDs and stuff. Let's hope it will boot up again. And yeah, it's the correct gear. Okay, let's go. Yeah, it works again, I think. So we can also see the telemetry effects now on the steering wheel. I don't really know when to shift in this car. When the lights are red probably in the cockpit, but it's a bit confusing. Like I can't really tell where the red line is, or the ref limiter. Because we are still accelerating, but I really... Probably it's like the BMW, you have to shift a bit earlier to make use of that like turbo setup. Yeah, I can try the LMU setup as well, yeah. So after one lap... Oh yeah, oh. But similar to the other FR cars, so front engine, rear wheel drive, like Aston Martin and Ford and BMW, it's oh, got overtaken on left and right at the same time. They look cool. Yeah, so the front engine cars like Lexus, BMW, AMG, Ford, they are a bit more beginner friendly, I would say. So you can have a few more like driving mistakes. You have a bit more time to correct things. And that's also true for the AMG. Yeah, so on this track, with a bit less corners, you need at least 1.5 laps to get the tires to a working window. Oh yeah, curbs are lava here. So, very harsh reaction to curbs. And we lost our rear wing. Oh no. Let's watch the replay of that. Yeah, so 1.5 laps to get the tires to work. Before that, I feel like grip levels feel very natural. Like, I don't have any complaint about the grip level yet. Just the steering wheel around the center, if you get like 90-degree steering in those like right-hand turns here at Monza, they feel a bit numb, I would call it, as you would have no grip at all. Like the grip feel is just missing a little bit. But we will see. Like, I don't want to judge too early before I haven't had any like super warmed up car. We can also play... wait. There was a button to... here. Okay, wait. Yeah. This is... Okay, they changed this button a little bit. How can I let it run slower? Okay, like this. It's a bit unintuitive how they made these buttons to run, like, for example... Yeah, 0.5 the speed. I activated perma DRS, yeah. But look at the sparks. That looked like a natural crash. Like, obvious driver mistake. Taking too much curb. Being on the accelerator while the car was doing this. And then we just lost it. Fair enough. That's cool. And then we lost the wing. Boop. Yep. Let's rewatch that. But how can I don't know really how to enable the 0.5 speed. It's a little mystery to me. How did I do it? Don't know. This button is a bit weird. Yeah, you can see the visual damage model is not the strength of LMU. Like, usually you would have seen a bent like rear bumper as well. Like, there would be likely damage also to the rear bumper and the diffuser and stuff. So just losing the rear wing here visually is not enough for my taste. I know usually you don't want to crash at all, yeah, but... Okay, before we jump into the qualifying, I'll have a little super quick break. I will be back in a minute. And I will just leave you here with the with the replay of the AMG. So yeah, see you in a minute. Here we are. Hope you all enjoyed the sound of the AMG GT3. I can tell you guys, I already miss the Aston Martin. I want to drive it again. Lasmo 2 is also your nemesis, yeah. It's a tricky corner. And yeah, thank you guys for also liking our live stream here today. I saw already over 70 likes, but we are 140 viewers, so how can it be that there's some of you still not liking the live stream? No, just kidding. But we would be very thankful though. That's again, like, before people ask, it's not beer, okay? It's Mate. A drink that we love in Germany, or at least some here. And I'm not sponsored by them, okay? But it's a very refreshing, caffeine yeah, coffee alternative, kind of. Let's get into qualifying. As a beginner in sim racing, I feel like when I go into the corner, I turn the wheel too much. How do I correct that? It depends. Like, usually you turn the wheel as minimal as possible to hit the apex. So minimizing steering angle is part of racing and controlling a car. You only want to have as much steering angle as needed, not a tad more. So I think it's just, if you analyze your apexes and how you tackle the lap, kinda, I would say the first step is to learn the line, like the racing line and the braking points, and then also the steering angles. I think learning steering angles and learning a line is the easier part of learning a new track. It's more about braking points and how to accelerate the car, especially in the cars that are a bit more sensitive, like hypercars here in LMU. So I think just with, I mean, that's that's always the advice, right? More practice. But as you learn the track and the apexes and the line, I think you will kind of correct yourself. Also very important, and we just learned that last week in our Track Titan live stream, where we had a little live coaching, the vision. Like, usually your hand will do what your body or your brain tells you by looking at, at the track. So you always look a bit more far into the distance. You don't look like directly, like the vision is not directly in front of your car. You more look into the apex or even beyond that. Maybe we can have a little example of that, where my vision would go here in Monza, for example. Let's just skip to the qualifying for now. Okay, the session is already ended. Just have to wait a second now. So vision practice, apexes, the line on track, that's the important part. Unable to click on the like button. Gotta pay my pasta at Edeka right now. All good, thank you. Why are you skipping the Ferrari liveries? I haven't skipped the Ferrari liveries. I skipped it just for one moment and then immediately check that. Cheers. I used the free version of the Track Titan app to see where I make mistakes. Yeah, that's very helpful. That tells you at least the story of apexes and braking points, and throttle and brake application plays the biggest role, I would say. Having the correct braking technique per corner, per car is the most crucial, where you will find the most lap time if you are on a certain level already. Okay, I really want to skip to the next... I just have to hit continue. Oh, good. I would say it feels a bit more dead in the steering than the Lexus, but we'll have to find out. Let's just drive again. But in general, I like front-engine cars usually. I like the Mustang and the Lexus pretty much. And also the Aston. I enjoy them a lot. But the AMG felt even more dead around the center. Let's drive the standard setup now. That's way more neutral, probably. It's running a little bit of rear wing as well. I don't know if it's what we want in Monza, but we can try. What is the maximum? 7. So the standard setup is only running 1. That speaks for the standard setup already, as it seems to be... That could also explain... Like, we had 0 rear wing with the Coach Dave setup. That could explain part of the things we felt, because the car has almost no aero then, or at least a flat wing. So it will also understeer a bit more through the corners. But I guess that's also a payoff that you have to take in Monza to have more like top-end speed. So I kind of see where it comes from, but we will investigate now. Yeah, let's do 26% and let's get a few quick laps here for the starting position. And yeah, let's just develop a feeling for the AMG here. Sounds nice. The hydraulic whine of the gearbox. Really good. can now maybe take a look at the shift LEDs in-car versus telemetry. It's like super deep in the red, where the LMU telemetry hits like and tells you this is the red line. So I still don't know when to upshift. I guess when we hit the final red LED in the middle, that feels the most natural, at least, compared to the power curve of the car. Like here, especially here, 90-degree turning radius is just where it feels a bit dead. As the car has some good low, mid-range and low-end torque, it's a very torquey, powerful engine. Like, it feels really most powerful around the medium to high rev band. But like this turning radius is so dead. It's not really a big problem, like the rest of it is fine, I would say. I just had to get used to this like slow pace again of the AMG GT3 compared to the hypercars, because I'm mostly driving hypercars in LMU. 150 meter board? Probably slightly behind that. I think the power cut can go a bit lower. Let's try 4. And the slip angle also 4 maybe? 464. Just wonder if we go second gear. Yeah, he's a second gear for sure. Like I said, in the AMG you probably want to avoid first gear even most of the time. Like this is the worst feeling. Like these corners here. Front end feels just so dead. But once it goes back into like, I don't know, 20 to 30 degrees of steering, it's fine again. It's just missing the complete feel of the front tires when you fully engage to a 90-degree sort of corner. How much can we push here? Oh. Ah. ABS is a maximum, which is fine. But as the tires get temperature, it's getting better.
Time 154.51.
100 Newton meter is good. 120. Ah, breaking point, Julian. Yeah. Yeah, 120 is pretty exact, yeah. Okay, we lowered the AI to 92, I believe. And that might have been a bit too low then. Because we could barely catch up. Catch up, there's it again. We could barely catch up in the hypercar at Sebring at 95. And now it seems like we've gone a little bit too low. Because my lap wasn't that great. Yeah, this curb. You shouldn't hit it, like... You should just almost hit it. Yeah, here, like steering... sometimes... It's always the 90 degrees of steering that feel... It feels like the front tires are just disappearing after like 70-80% steering input, like so. Like in this one, for example. It's just nothing happening anymore. I would expect a little like scrubbing or rubbing, even if you just push the car over the front tires. I have to check how it was in the Lexus. Okay, I think we can skip the rest of the qualifying and get into a race. I think that's fine for now. Yeah, I will maybe even 110 meters, especially with quali fuel. I agree. Yeah, I will check also Lexus and Mustang again shortly after the race to see if it's just my feel for the front engine cars in LMU or if it's like really a difference with this AMG, if the others are worse or better. Let's find out. But first, let's get into this 15-minute race here at Monza.
Teams and drivers go to the grid for a race start.
Oh, it put us back. That's something I experienced more often. Like when you skip the qualifying too early, it seems like something is wrong with the leaderboard sometimes. I don't know if they are yet aware of this, but I had that before. Like when I was waiting just for like 30 seconds left or so, it was fine, but it seems like the AI is driving lap times that they would drive with the highest AI setting when you just skip the session. So the times are just calculated, but not calculated to the level that you set them in the difficulty settings. I think that's a bug, actually. Or I don't know if that's intended. Because usually the AI, like after you have completed 50% of the qualifying and you had a lap time that was in a second on the leaderboard, usually the AI wouldn't make such a big step where you are then like 3 seconds behind. That's usually not what's happening. So that's a bit confusing. But it happens like if you skip the qualifying session in single player. So yeah, maybe they have to be aware of that as well. Okay, let's load the Coach Dave setup again. Because I think the Coach Dave setup was fine for the most part. Maybe we run the one wing. It's fine. But we don't need the full amount of fuel, though. We will need only, I don't know, maybe for 15 minutes, we'd need probably 8 laps, 9 laps. This should be safe. I hope. Oh, maybe not. Maybe it's 10 laps. Maybe it's 10. Maybe we should get 11 laps fuel, maybe even, like, then we are safe. Okay. Okay, so it's a first challenge in that case then. And in 15 minutes we should also be hit by the traffic, like hypercars going for the overtake. Okay, guys, what are you doing, by the way? 1 in the chat if you are working currently in the office. 2 in the chat if you are outside. 3 in the chat if you have vacation chilling on the couch. And if you're doing something different, let us know in the chat. 3. Chilling on the couch, having vacation. Cool. Oh, it's cool. Peter and Dune. Harry as well.
Green flag.
Oh,
Green flag.
starts. Nico is currently making the Aston Martin dashboard, like for SimHub. That's nice. Monza Whoa. Better than every online race. Yeah, just the general force feedback and frequency and feel on the curbs and stuff is just beautiful. Also the ABS effect when braking, as glorious as in the cars that we drove here before. Only this like numb steering in the center is the only negative. Oh. Do we have to give the position back now as we had a track limit evaluation? No. Seems to be okay. But I have a few, like maybe you see it also on stream, sometimes I have a few like micro lags. I have to change time of day for the next session, so it's more like in the clean day kind of setting. Because I believe it's due to transitions. Ah, for SimHub. Nico, are you the guy who has this like website with the dashboards? The LMU dashboards.com or what it was, like where you have like dashboards for all the LMU cars. It's pretty nice, actually. Matching all the LMU's roster cars dashboards if you have a wheel with a screen on that supports also SimHub. Mine unfortunately doesn't. Like my FX Pro, the SimMagic, it only has the onboard screen, so to speak. No SimHub support for the screen. I think 2025, if you decide for a steering wheel with a screen, it should have SimHub support, hands down. That's unfortunately a little disadvantage that Monza and SimMagic in particular have right now with their FSR and FX Pro wheels. No SimHub functionality. Because like custom dashboards or car matching dashboards or Lovely Dash, it's just beautiful to use. And that's what I like about the OverTake Formula wheel, for example. Also the new one, that we are currently testing that. But also Conspit with their Maxo 1. Ah, okay, you made... okay, so you work with him still. I'm a bit confused with the braking points. Do you hit the brake when the front of the car reaches the braking point or the driver position? Tough question, actually. I think it's based on the... Isn't it the same at the end of the day if it's car or driver position? So usually, I think usually my reference point is the front end of my car. Like when I now decide, for example, that I brake at the 150 meter board, I usually brake there when my front end reaches that threshold. I never really thought about it though. It's an interesting question, but yeah, I think it's the front end of the car that I'm referring to when I say I hit at the 100 meter brake marker. But hey, bring them on, yeah, the questions, the beginner questions, that's super interesting, because if you are sim racing for several years, you sometimes forget about the questions that you had when you've started. In Germany we call that Betriebsblindheit, like operational blindness. I pre-ordered the OverTake Forte from the Pro. How was the build quality? You mean the new one, right? Yeah, the OverTake from the Pro. Yeah, we received that as well. It's only $750 or $650, right? I was just super surprised how it can be that much cheaper than the Invicta wheel, because it's almost the same. I think the body is not aluminum but carbon, not carbon aluminum, but plastic. But it's it's superb. It's one of the best Formula wheel options on the market currently, I would say. I really love that thing. So there's no concern, I think, with AMG ever about build quality or quality in general. Like, all of their stuff, be it pedals or wheels, is pretty sophisticated, pretty well thought out, pretty well developed. And this surprised me, to be honest. The price point they offered this wheel on. Okay, the Aston Martin now is a tough competitor. There we got him now. Harry, hi Harry, how's 1.0 update treating you, Michel? So far? Pretty happy. First part of the stream, we enjoyed the sound of the Aston Martin, the V12, the Valkyrie. We called it the Valkyrie because so far I think the car is pretty hard to drive compared to the rest of the field. As it's not featuring the hybrid, it also doesn't help you with its electric component while braking, so you have to be more sensitive on the brakes, I feel like. And it's also like the V12 has good grunt, so you have to be careful, especially in those mid-speed corners.
Time 1:55.
40 wheelbase and never been happier, but I'm a bit concerned about the wheel being. Yeah, it's like plastic is not always plastic, right? It's a good grade of plastic. It's not the cheap plastic. It's a bit thicker. Feels a bit more like feels like good value plastic, not like cheap plastic. You couldn't really tell the difference sometimes between like microfiber, composite and carbon. So it doesn't feel cheap. That's for sure. Like when I unboxed it first and got the first driving impression, it didn't feel cheap at all. It's nothing that you will notice, I guess, when you're driving. It's not like you are constantly just knocking on your on your wheel surface, like, oh, this is plastic. It should be fine. Comparison pre-update for the tires. Yeah, because we have a reworked tire model and we haven't talked too much about this so far. The reason is also that I'm driving an entirely new car. But as for the tires, I would say they found a middle ground between the first iteration of GT3 tires and the second. Like, you can rely a bit more again on the tire sidewall. So the limit is not as sharp anymore as in the current live update. Like, I can just tell you, like, Monza here, for example, is pretty chill to drive. There's no, like, unexpected stepping out of the rear or anything, even though we drive without, or with just rear wing level 1 out of 8. Like, we drive almost no rear wing, so we minimize the drag or downforce on our rear, and yet the car is very friendly. But we can try, for example, the Porsche maybe in Imola later to drive one of the more tricky cars on a track that has more like elevation changes and trickier corners, like Aqua Minerale and Variante Alta, to see how it's there with now the hypercars are coming. Oh, Toyota. Oh. Scary. That must be so scary, right? Being here. And the wild hypercars are coming. Ah. Now, so far, I would say the AMG LMG GT3 car should be kind of beginner-friendly. I didn't have a hard... I mean, it's Monza, okay? Monza is not a hard track. So I had a pretty good time now driving here for the last half an hour or so. Let's get the Lexus on the brakes. What I also really like about braking in these cars with the ABS, you can kinda overdrive or overbrake the car a little bit to pull off a maneuver to overtake someone or brake later than someone else. If you are side by side, you can sometimes brake later than the optimal. Ah, nice, BMW. BMW, our today's livery contest winner. So I was earlier rating all the 2025 liveries in a 10 system, and oh, the Porsche ran into our rear. And BMW, with their overall livery design on be it hypercar or LMG GT3, they won. Look at this thin, fine lines of the rear lights. That looks beautiful. These OLED rear lights of the Evo version of the BMW. I like that they gone this route now, going for the red rear lights again. Because in between, you maybe remember... Oh, no, there's the Aston. There was the Aston V12. Oh! Yep. Kaputt. Kaputt gemacht. I'm glad it's not a multiplayer race. Yeah, I spent too much attention to that Aston Martin. But the race was almost over. We had a good time, so let's watch the replay. So I was so... Oh, rookie mistake. That should not have happened. That's the worst. Like, imagine you are on board of this hypercar and this guy in the AMG decides to go left. Ooh! Poof. But again, like the damage model, yeah, it should be more. Give us a little bit more. Give us, like, complete panels being ripped off or something. I mean, such a crash, this car would have been dead now. Like, the whole front end would be toast. So I wish LMU... sometimes it's also license requirements, right? Where they are just not allowed to do more. Like, the manufacturers tell them, hey, we don't want our race car to be... or our car to be more damaged. Like, Ferrari is a good example for that. They almost never allow the game studios to have... yeah, more strict damage. Typical BMW driver, yeah. See it on board in the Ferrari? Yeah, we can. I think we crashed the replay system. Huh? It's just the immediate replay that is then not possible anymore. But I can, if I now end the race, I can, or if I go into this replay, I can probably see it. That's the Ferrari. Yeah, scary. He was pretty much like, looks a bit funny, right? No, it was a BMW. Sorry, not Ferrari. We need a mod for crash physics like burnout. Yeah, I don't think that this will happen. But hey, yeah. Who's up for another Aston Martin race? What do you think, guys? Aston Martin V12. We want to hear it again. And this time I want to check if the multi-class AI got better on Portimao. If there is a significant improvement. Especially the GT3s, they kind of ignored you sometimes. Let's check also again for... And I also want to see like how it feels like on this track. If it's like the braking should be super hard in the Aston Martin, especially downhill braking. I'm super curious to see how it is. Like if my first impression from Sebring remains the same, that braking in this car is way harder than in the other hypercars. We will see. We will see. Let's change the weather also this time. Let's go more into the earlier hours, like around noon. Let's go 11 for the quali and 12 for the practice, 12 for the quali and 1 for the race. We can make a 30... Yeah, I'm really interested to see also if you can run 1 tank of fuel in the Aston. So let's do a 45-minute race this time to also see strategy behavior, because that's the threshold where you can probably run without 1 stop even. And let's see what the AI will do in that one. I also have to find a really good balance now for the AI. In the practice, we can also test rain for the second part of the practice, maybe. Let's have it cloud and cloud overcast rain 100%. That's also interesting how the Aston handles in the wet. Let's test that as well. And then difficulty 92 was a bit on the low end, it seemed. Let's do 94 maybe, 94. It could work. Yeah, looks good. And then our car will be the Aston Martin again. We take the number 9 this time. And the rest looks good. Ah, yeah, track. Forgot the track almost. Algarve. Has it saved the rest now of my settings? I hope so. It didn't, right? Oh no. Oh no. But it's pretty easy. Heavy preset 45 minutes. He saved that one at least. Quali 10 minutes is fine. Difficulty 94. Weather, let's go for rain. Overcast rain, 100% rain. I really want to feel the rain as well. Good. Let's get to it. Should be all well set up now. Yeah, so maybe a little like verdict in between. I feel like there's still a lot of stuff missing from this game if it goes into like a final release tomorrow. Mainly that you can't run any career or season mode. That's a little bummer. There's this co-op mode that barely ever anyone talks about, which is pretty cool. I think we also have to test that once here, maybe with René or Yannick or so, where you can like continue the session and stuff. That's pretty nice. That could be a cool thing like for co-op play, like with 2 friends or so. That could be nice. Then I think, yeah, like a season mode or career mode would be a must for a new racing game, kinda. I really like that we have 3 full seasons now of content. We have still the GTEs in 2023, so you can run 2023 to 2025 seasons, which is quite nice, or single weekends then. But it's still a little grain of salt, where I would say That would have been a nice thing to have, especially for single-player people. Online mode is a different story, though. In the last couple of weeks, I had the fun of my life running like daily races, increasing my safety and driver rating, so that was great fun. But yeah, I tend to use the Coach Day setup again. It looks better to me for the standard values. It also has the brake migration on, and I'm a big fan of brake migration. I think that's the way to go. 2.5% front and max pedal force should maybe not be 100%, as we just experienced. The brake is very tricky on this car. And let's see, suspension is quite similar to the Sebring. So it should maybe work a little bit better here. Maybe the car is more stable also under braking. Let's see. I have 300 laps at Monza in the GT3 Porsche. Fastest lap 152. Is Porsche a good beginner car in LMU? No. I think the Porsche is one of the harder ones to master. But yeah, in general, LMGT3 is easier to handle, I would say, than the hypercars. But it's all just a matter of practice. If you have 300 laps already, you're good. A modding community of LMU would go crazy good. Yeah, but we also heard that we had the interview with Stephen Hood, and we heard that he had the take that modding, like they first should cater a final product at a certain level, and then modding in the future maybe becomes a thing. But I can also understand with all the updates that are still coming, is the controls reset, or do they transfer from early access? No, the controls remained the same for me, at least. Like, I didn't have to change anything. Like, my wheel settings remained the same. Okay, let's continue. The glorious sound is back. Sounds even better from inside. Oh yeah. Yeah. LMU standard mistake. Pushing too much on cold tires. So let's schedule also a pit stop. It sounds so good. I can't. Yeah, let's schedule a pit stop. Wait, can I? No, I can't. If you press the pause button in single player, you can't. Oh, wait. I will now continue to decrease the virtual energy in my black box here. And now I press resume. It actually takes the inputs. That's interesting. Yeah, let's reduce the virtual energy and change to wet tires. Because it will start raining then towards the middle. I'm really curious to see now how braking feels here in Portimao. For all the uphill and downhill stuff, especially, and the balance of the car. And this track is way flatter than Sebring, where we had the bumps unsettling our car all the time. Ooh, that's tough. Let's see that if we can go full throttle through the final turn once the tires are warm. I got a very subtle message from my SimoCube active pedal. That is so helpful. It's a real advantage, I have to admit, in LMU. Because LMU supports also the telemetry for tire for locking. And it will just hit me with a big bump whenever I'm about to lock my tires, and that's super helpful. I mean, technically it's already too late if you feel it, but it makes you step off the brake or lowering the brake pressure immediately. Yeah, so I can now confirm that the Aston Martin is way harder to... Like, you have to reconsider your braking a little bit if you are used to the Toyota or Ferrari or Porsche or any other hypercar. Okay, it starts to rain already. But here in Portimao, I didn't have the feeling that medium speed turns are dangerous in terms of going on throttle. It was more a Sebring thing, it seems. Oh, Valkyrie, thank you. Thank you for the 199 super chat. Any update for consoles after the full release? Yeah. Actually, Stephen Hood had an answer to that in our interview. If I remember correctly, he said that console is of course in the works and is planned after the full release. So that should be next year. I believe consoles will come next year. 2026 at some point. But don't quote me on that. If you want to look up the original source and the original interview, it's on our channel. It's called Live Q&A with Stephen Hood or something. It was a live stream, so it should be in the live stream tab not long ago. Like 4 or 5 live streams prior to this one. And I also added like the chapter markers, so you can look up the topics that were part of this interview. They are all listed there. And you can jump to this topic that we talked about. And I'm pretty sure we talked also about console release and console plans. I think it's on the agenda as well. Yeah, we definitely talked about it because we also talked about controller gameplay and stuff. And that people at LMU are already enjoying it with the controller. And that a good controller gameplay is also important. Ah, Yannick just shared it. Nice. Yeah, so there's our team member. Is he already on? No, he's also on. No. Ah, you can't see the tires in the relative, but he's still on. Not on the wets. Yeah, let's go to the pits. Tire change. The rain will intensify now. Oh, that's so good. Oh. I just killed my team colleague. I just wanted to listen to his sound in his rear diffuser. It didn't work. It's not yet super wet. Yeah, thanks Yannick for sharing that link. Yeah, this car is way trickier on the brake. Okay, now it's getting slippery. I still have a good muscle memory from my Toyota LMU Masters race that we had in our community in the racing club. That is on OverTake Turbo, by the way. And I never had issues with lockups. And this car here, and again, my theory is that it's due to the missing hybrid system, that we don't have brake, like hybrid recharge, brake recuperation, that kind of thing. Team spirit, the spirit of racing. Oh, Ash, you even got this new feature here in the live chat. This #1 tag. Okay, we are getting wet tires. They will be pretty cold leaving the pits. But it has a bump start, that's for sure. So the AI decided to stay in the pits now. They are like, no, during the rain I want to drive. Yeah, I'm really curious how the Aston Martin will play out in multiplayer. If it will be used at all then. If it's competitive. So far we discovered a few downsides. Way more tricky on the brakes. But can the positives of that car make up for that? That's the big question. Like, how will the pace be? Also, once you apply a decent setup and stuff. Yeah, braking uphill is kinda okay-ish. I wish the wiper was a bit bigger. It doesn't really cover a lot. But of course, in these cars, you want to save weight wherever you can. But it's very neutral. Like, it never really starts to do crazy things in terms of over or understeer. Ah, now the AI is back on track. Yeah. I have to adjust my braking to the conditions a bit more. Oh, wow. What really helps with drivability is this linear power output. Naturally aspirated V12. That's what I love about NA engines. The foreseeable power curve kinda. Engine characteristics. That's also what makes the Porsches like GT3 RSs and stuff. Like if we talk street cars. That's why like super sports cars, supercars, or sometimes have, or in the past, mostly had naturally aspirated engines, like Ferraris and Porsches, especially the GT models. Because measuring and drivability is way better in naturally aspirated engines. Like, to predict the power output, so what does my car do in a certain rev range when I hit the accelerator? That's the glory of naturally aspirated engines. And that's also true, especially here now in the rain, with the Aston Martin. Still very torquey, like in terms of torque, not in terms of talking, but feels good, like. Yeah, the AI is still braking too early here, turn 1. We have to find out again in the dry during the race. Yeah, not too much space for too many cars. Okay, let's jump to qualifying. You will carry more weight than other hypercars on a full... Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, that's a good point, Yannick. So this car uses more fuel. So maybe the malus when starting into a race is bigger, so maybe it will get stronger and stronger the longer the race lasts. Could be an interesting factor, yeah. Start next session. So detailed, right? So many like different details that matter. Do you think Le Mans Ultimate has now become a better sim racing game than ACC? Also, what if ACC adds hypercars? Would it change anything in the sim racing competition? I think the chance is not very high that ACC will add hypercars. I would say the chance is zero, even looking at the licenses and partnerships that they have. Therefore, I would say ACC is still the option, or a great option for beginners, like getting into the GT4 and GT3 stuff. The selection of tracks is way bigger in ACC. It's also a bit easier, I would say, from a skill perspective. Like, it's easier to get in. The tire model, while detailed, is not as detailed and challenging as the tire model in Le Mans Ultimate. So, for instance, in ACC, you kind of always want to hit a certain like tire pressure. And that's pretty much it. That's how you set up your tire pressure and your setup, to just be in this like tire temperature window. In LMU, it's a little bit of a different story. You really have to actively try to stay or reach your temperature window. It's a bit more challenging to control your tires, kind of. I think if you get ACC in a sale, and it's ridiculously cheap sometimes, or affordable in that case, with all the DLCs, it's probably more affordable, and you have more cars and more tracks by now. And it's also a well-optimized, well-rounded package by now, after all these years of development, while LMU is still in their earlier stage of development, even though we hit 1.0 tomorrow. So it's kind of a question of what do you enjoy more? Is it more like the FIA or the GT challenge kind of thing with more GT3 focus? Or do you enjoy this multi-class thing a bit more, where you have also LM GT3s and hypercars on the same track? The main reason for me that makes me enjoy Le Mans Ultimate are the hypercars and the official WEC license. And that's kind of a different story than to Assetto Corsa Competizione. The tracks are way different. This one is more centered, like the name suggests, around Le Mans. And it's a matter of taste, really, I would say. I think both simulators share similar-ish numbers right now when it comes to online playing. That said, if you look into the multiplayer thing, you probably want to, like, if you want to run more multiplayer, you are reliant on third-party platforms with ACC. Like, I would say LFM, Low Fuel Motorsport, is the way to go right now when it comes to online racing and ranked racing for Assetto Corsa Competizione. But that requires you to go to a third-party page somehow. And LMU has all of that built in, kinda. The ranked racing, the matchmaking, it's all like in the game via their own race control platform as well. So yeah, it's a difficult choice to make, really. But if you want this like one-off solution with multiplayer and you enjoy hypercars, or you enjoy the driving in LMU in general, go LMU. If you want to have an easier time, an easier learning experience, but with more tracks, then maybe ACC. That's hard to say, really. It's very individual when it comes to taste and feel and stuff, so I think ACC still has the bigger community in terms of, like, if you compare Steam player numbers. LMU, though, is more growing. It's the growing simulator for the next couple of years, and more streamers, more esports guys, more competitions, official competitions will be held in LMU. But if you're just a single player guy, yeah, probably ACC has a bit more to offer, because LMU still has no real career mode, no season mode even. And from the last couple of experiences I had with ACC, the AI was also quite enjoyable there. So yeah. In best case, you would just test both of them, or drive both of them for a while. Why am I driving with full tank of fuel? Too late now. If I have driven a car that is similar to these here, I think not many people can. What would be the closest though? Probably, if we talk mid-engine cars, probably a Porsche Cayman. Like I've been driving a Porsche Cayman GTS with a 350 or 360 horsepower version. That would be the closest just in terms of engine position. But like high downforce, I never drove a high downforce car on a racetrack, unfortunately. Yeah, I mean, maybe the fastest I drove on a racetrack was the GT3 RS 911, like the previous generation GT3 RS. I drove that on a Nordschleife, but that's not even close to a hypercar, I would say. So yeah, I kinda understand the vehicle dynamics of those kind of cars, but I have not experienced them. Oh, again, wow, braking, you have to be so much more sensible. Can we restart the session for any chance? I really want to run it with lower fuel now to see. No, we can't, right? We can't. Let me quickly, regardless, change the fuel. Just 12% to see if it's different. So braking is the key really in this car. It's so much different to the other hypercars. I have to fight the lockups so hard. And not being at 100% brake pressure. Okay, tires are still warm, that's good. I took the used tire, so we can get at least one quick lap. Let me focus now quickly here to get a somewhat decent qualifying lap. Yeah, this downhill braking will be the most critical. But we saw it, I think, also in the setup screen, that we carry a lot of fuel in this car. Like 10 or 20 liters more than the other cars. It's an interesting factor as well. Yeah, almost locked up again. Okay. This lap should be it. I just got a flat spot. Too much understeer. Yeah, it's way better when the car has less weight. Interesting. Yeah, that's almost Toyota braking pressure now. Very predictable, quite balanced too. I like the general characteristics. Like this track really shows a lot of things again. It's a completely different story to Sebring, where the track demands different characteristics of a car. first gear is also... The gearing is more similar to the Ferrari. The first gear sometimes being usable. Okay, I'm still super off pace. Like, remember my best lap times in our stream? My pole lap was a 31.8 in the Toyota. Yeah, 31.8. That's... Phew, that's 3.5 seconds off pace to my Toyota driving. But I didn't hit really a good lap, though. But yeah, it's a bit concerning, to be quite frank here. The braking is the biggest difference. Like, how sensible you have to be on the brake pedal with the Aston Martin. Yeah, let's see. Don't know.
Teams and drivers go to the grid for a race start.
In a race, what do you look for? Look at energy? Yeah, energy. Energy is a deciding factor. How do you feel about AC Evo? Free roam. Is it something that's going to make a huge impact? Yeah, I think so. I think free roam will be nice. If you look at how popular things like Shotoku or Nohezi and stuff are within the Assetto Corsa community, I think many people are waiting for this exact experience. And also considering how big Forza Horizon is as a brand, I think there is a big group that wants more simulation, but in an open world fun scenario, just the whole driving experience. So I think it can make a big impact if done right. And as we just heard in the Marco Massaruto interview, they are trying to make it a nice experience and also have missions and stuff. So yeah, I can totally see this being having potential at least. Yeah, although in the others you save fuel by using more battery. Yeah. So the Aston Martin will change the game completely, how it's been used on track and during endurance events. Have they made changes to the replay? Yeah, they have, indeed. I showed that earlier. We will watch a bit of the replay stuff when we've done with this race. So this is a 45-minute race now. So if you want to get a snack, now is the time, or a little drink, because we will constantly race for 45 minutes. I can always press break, but yeah. I hope I answered all of your questions so far before starting now with the concentration phase. In current hybrids, you can do some fuel save. Yeah, you can probably also fuel save in the Aston. I wanted to check the maximum fuel that the car can carry. Oh, wow. 112. 112. Interesting. Like, virtual energy is 30.6. I'll leave the fuel ratio like it was. It was 1.1, yeah? No, but what's it up? We are going Coach Dave. Yeah, 1.11, 1.11. Okay, let's see how our fuel consumption will look like. And yeah, we are having a first challenge again. Have they made yeah. LDS Chronicle just joined. Cool, yeah. Beginner-friendly GTE and hypercar? I don't know. Like I haven't driven the GTEs enough to judge that, but probably the in the GTEs there was also a front engine car, right? The Aston Martin maybe. So usually the front engine cars are always a bit more friendly, whereas in hypercars, I think a very good car to start with is the Ferrari, the Le Mans winner. I think it is among the most stable and easier to drive cars. It's a bit more friendly, a bit more settled than most of the others. Peugeot is also pretty good, I think. So Ferrari could be a good choice if you're just starting. Porsche GTE, yeah, also quite nice. Peugeot gang! Yeah, I remember the Porsche was also kind of nice to drive. Very good balance with this mid-engine setup. Look, now if we hit the speed limiter at 60, The AI is going a little bit slower than 60. That is annoying me a little bit in the start procedure of the single player races. We are now going 60 and we are approaching the car in front. Like, they are not locking in at 60. They're more like driving 50, 57 or so.
Green flag, green flag.
Oh, the sound. Contact. Oh, contact, contact, contact. Like, especially in the early phase of the race, they are attacking and fighting, but not so much once the race has calmed down. That's quite interesting to see, though. Because this was nice. The start of the race was pretty cool. Action-packed. So as the looks of it, we can survive without a pit stop. Sometimes I feel like in lap 1, the AI has better tires. Okay, strategy says we don't need to refuel in 45 minutes.
7.56.
Tires are not there yet. Not really. Yeah, brakes are horrible. I'm still fighting the lockups. Got a bit better as I got used to it more, but I feel like I'm losing out big time on the brake compared to the other cars. But the great sound of the car makes up for that. I will forgive you, Aston Martin, as long as you cry like you cry. The Porsche, by the way, while racing is not the easiest hypercar. Quite the opposite, even. Porsche can be pretty tricky. But it's of course also always a matter of the setup. Strangely enough, the braking here is kinda okay. Downhill. I expected to have more problems there. Okay. Michel, how is the wheel's weight in low-speed corners in the Aston?
35.75.
Pretty good. Way better than the AMG GT3 that we drove earlier in Monza. Like the steering weight is perfect. It's really nice. There's always, like, my big critique about the AMG was that if you turn the wheel like 90% into like 90-degree corners, like for example here, like under acceleration, it will feel pretty dead, but that's not the case with the Aston. There's a good amount of weight in all scenarios. Feels pretty good. But since I run the SimMagic Evo Pro, it's a whole different level anyways. Like, the balance between inertia and force is just perfect. He has a way wider spread in terms of forces you can feel on a certain wheel strength or FFB strength versus the inertia you can still have while turning in and stuff. So it's like, this right now feels like perfection. That's like wheelbase comparison with this game, LMU, is so good. Such a good feel. It doesn't glitch anymore. What do you mean, Marcos? What kind of glitch? I saw a few things in the patch notes, at least. On OverTake.gg we had the news today with the full patch notes for 1.0 LMU. And there was mentioning of a few like bugs that also caused crashes and glitches and stuff. I'm amazed how good the 94 AI strength matches my pace right now. But I'm still a good 2 seconds off my Toyota pace here on this track. So in the Toyota, in the early race phase, I was running 33, high 33s. Always a matter of the weather, of course, too, a bit, but this also has an influence, of course. So I feel like I'm still losing the most time on the brakes in the Aston. Yeah, 135.7 as the quickest lap so far. That's rather slow. Of course, my driving is not top notch. But it's also not horrible, and there's evidence in the internet that I was doing better lap times with the Toyota here. So yeah. Even though I like this hairpin, the braking zone, quite stable. I'm just braking way more cautious, and that makes me way slower. Yeah, you saw how I could correct my throttle and steering input, so the car communicated well through the force feedback that I was doing something wrong. So if I would have just stood on the accelerator, I would probably have lost the rear of the car there, but it's communicating very well what it does. Okay, let's take a look at our strategy tab quickly. We are still good. But no, we are not. No, we are good. Our virtual energy is enough. In an ideal world, we could have even lowered the fuel ratio to carry a bit less fuel. So currently, as you can see in our tachometer, we are exceeding our virtual energy. Oh, traffic starts. No, actually they started... Oh, they started fighting. Finally. So our physical fuel exceeds our virtual energy now by 4 laps or so. Which means we could have lowered the ratio a little bit to run less liters compared to the virtual energy. It's just a setup thing. Yeah, we are missing 4 laps, so we are carrying a good amount of fuel too much now for our consumption. It's better this way than the other way around, probably. Yeah, we're about to hit the traffic. Is the handling better in the 2025 car? That's something I cannot judge yet. I don't think there will be a big difference. It's more a livery update, I believe, than a mechanical or car performance update. I think if you would drive the 2023 Ferrari versus the 2025 Ferrari, it's pretty much the same. But I could be wrong. Oh, got him. Oh. Okay, finally the Ferrari got the Aston. I think it got better, traffic management and behavior of AMG GT3s compared to the previous update. Or compared to early access. Because I remember I practiced here for our club race event. And I was running a AI test endurance race. Okay, this looks a bit troublesome. Oh, the Iron Dames Porsche. Yeah, they still have problems here. Look. That was not ideal. And this BMW is also kind of stuck behind the Aston Martin there. So it's still not perfect. The multi-class experience in Portimao, unfortunately. Yeah, they are all kind of stuck in the train now. That's not so cool. But yeah, Studio 397 admitted that there's still many areas to work on. AI being one of it. So only because there's a 1.0 release tomorrow, that doesn't mean that they are done, obviously. There will be more updates, more DLCs, more improvements, more features. Same with this like full course yellow thing. I'm also highly anticipating that safety car feature. It's an integral part of WEC. It's really chaotic here right now. Oh my god. Ah. Survived. Oh, P10. Ah! Yeah, they are still not considering you sometimes, just driving their line, the AMG GT3s especially. Okay, but we don't... Yeah, we have repair body now. Don't repair. We should still be able to run without a pit stop. We are making our way now to the top 10. 30 minutes remaining. I'm really curious to see towards the end if they will go to the pits or not. So after this race, I think, I don't know if you guys agree, but we should do more AMG GT3 tire testing. Also with, yeah, maybe we drive the BMW next. The new Evo version. To see how it... And then one of the mid-engine AMG GT3 cars, or the Porsche maybe. Oh, fuck. Contact with the AMG. Our car's fine though. Just yellow damage. Let's see if it affects now this final turn. I think we have slightly less downforce in the front now.
That time was a 1:38.1.
Ash, I hope they are working on a full course yellow feature. I'm pretty sure they are. They better are. Yeah, Toyota and Ferrari is AI is OP. Yeah, true. It's almost in every AI race. There's Buemi of Furuko. They are often like going crazy. I think what they changed now in 1.0 is the different driver levels. Like if you are running endurance events in AMG GT3 for instance, you should now have also different, like the silver drive. They are also doing driver swaps now, and they are changing to the lower class drivers, like bronze drivers or silver drivers. And this should also affect the on-track pace. Yeah, we have to use more tire to get through this final turn now, due to the front damage, which is a nice element. Like, the damage will not really... Oh shit, no, this is a bigger one. The damage will not affect... Not good. Speaker is still there. I like how these like minor damages not affect your overall performance or your lap times, but they will affect your tire wear sometimes because you have to rely more on the tires going through the faster bits. It's pretty cool. Yeah, also here it's a bit less harmonic. And I also have to sacrifice a little bit of speed here, downhill, because of the front damage. Yeah, it got even worse after the last impact. Huh. Very nice, so detailed, this mechanical damage model. Yeah, it also suggests a repair again. So whenever you pull off the pit menu and you see that the repair body option is ticked on, you know that you have quite some performance impact damage on your car. Because you can have yellow implication on your visual indicator, but the pit menu won't suggest a repair. This is when you can tell basically how much the performance impact of the damage is. But in such a short race, usually you won't get to the pits to repair. It's more factor than in longer 6-hour races or 24-hour races even. And I really can't wait for those events with driver swaps, with the team, with the crew. Then it's more of a factor of you will just lose time and you have to repair it at one point, and it pays off to, like, if you have an early yellow damage, you kind of want to repair it next time you're on the pits. But it will, of course, add some extra time for the repair then. This is where it matters then, pretty much. You can see how we have to force the car through this final turn now. And that hurts the front left tire massively. You can see the distribution of tire use. Front left suffers, especially in the final turn. Yeah, so I'm not convinced yet by the AI on Portimao. Some corners, they are also a bit slower. The multi-class thing doesn't work 100%, but, and that's important, you can still have fun. Like, it's still fun driving here, even though sometimes the AI breaks the immersion. But name one racing game where this is not the case. Especially with multi-class. That's an extra challenge for AI developers. Even iRacing's AI is not... iRacing's AI is among the best, actually. Which is interesting for an online service. But even then, if you run multi-class, and if the traffic appears, also not that perfect sometimes. So we are halfway through. What does our strategy say? No fuel required. How much are we using, by the way? 3% per lap, or yeah, it's like 3.15 liters per lap. That's I think that's somewhat thirsty. I remember the Toyota had 2.99% per lap. So the Aston likes to drink. Which isn't a surprise, really. Isn't it? Yeah, so the Aston Martin will be a super interesting strategic car. Like, it's a bit different than the others. You will use it in a different way, and you don't have to take care about your motor map, because it just simply has none. Give me the space. Thank you so much. Okay, the AI is again trapped kinda in the GT3 terrain. Not making the move. Then we make the move. Ooh. Yeah. Got the Cadillac, the Hertz Cadillac. Next one is the Alpine. Oh, the Porsche. Oh. Better be careful here. Don't want to risk another front flap. Oh. Cadillac is just behind us. But he also has a significant front damage. Ah, here's the Iron Dames Porsche. With the WAG livery. Ah, what I also wanted to see, and I wonder if I can see it, the liveries, the custom liveries. Because they should now show also the custom numbers. That's something I wanted to check. I wonder if we are able to see that. Because in this build that we are driving today, there's no online mode yet. Because the servers are still on the live version, obviously. They had a few multiplayer sessions for this version on the weekend. But we have only gained access to this version today, this morning, kinda. This is all still pretty new for me here as well. Yeah, we are still in the 35s. Usually at this point I expected to see some 34s at least, but it doesn't seem to be possible with the Aston Martin, at least on my skill level. As it was possible in the Toyota, and I don't know if more things changed under the hood of LMU. Therefore I would have to run a full event also here now with the Toyota to see really if I could like match my lap times from the previous version. Or if just the tire model or something just got slower in general. Hard to tell. This is something we have to see then in the next coming days. If the Aston Martin is also like competitively able to get to the same lap times as the other hypercars, also in online multiplayer and stuff. But this engine sound alone makes it so much fun, like, I'm enjoying. I could drive this all day long. P8! Whenever we hit the traffic, it's a good opportunity. But look at the big gaps in AMG GT3. Yeah, they're still braking too much here. That's so annoying. It has to be fixed. The AI is too cautious in T1 in Portimao. The rest is fine. It's only that one braking zone where they tend to be over cautious somehow. Oh, Kevin Estre. His pole lap in Le Mans was glorious. This is one of the best drivers, I believe, in sports cars nowadays. Crazy good driver, Kevin Estre. And because we got this question today earlier, you cannot swipe the flies on your windshield with the wipers. It does not work, you see. It would be nice though, if there was like insect physics and you would basically make it worse when using the wiper. It would be kind of funny. But during a pit stop you can clean them, I think. But yeah, this on my wish list for the upcoming LMU updates, that they should work on the single player AI. Also make the AI use strategies, maybe like people who like actual calculation of the race distance versus the virtual energy, also from the AI, that they can also decide maybe for fuel saving strategies. Would be pretty cool to see. Oh, a rare mistake. Just a random AI mistake. That's pretty rare to see. We're just talking about the AI, yeah? It would be pretty cool if they would also like lift and coast and stuff. Like that would be next level. And I kinda trust that team to pull off those things because they showed the perfection in so many areas now and making the game so enjoyable in its core mechanic. But I really trust them to have the budget and the time and the resources to allocate to make this game really stand out and being perfect all over. With a nice career mode, good AI, and then add on top of that, like add content, more tracks, more classes. ELMS will be the first, Silverstone and LMP3s and stuff. But there can always be more. So, as I'm really positive about this 1.0 release tomorrow, there's still areas to work on and to improve on. It doesn't stop here. But the good part is that they are obviously aware of the things that are missing. Next big thing will be driver swaps and nice endurance events for the multiplayer crowd. Then I think the LMS package with more cars, more tracks, more variety even. And then the next focus might be the console release. And then 2026 also the career mode. Yeah, I wish them all the best, and also that maybe this like release, leaving the early access, has a good impact on sales and player base. They have put crazy amount of work into with LMU, and you can feel that. Like driving wise, I love this. Yeah, especially the hypercars. How engaging the driving is, the force feedback, the feel, the physics, the tire model. It's all really, really good. If not the best right now on the sim racing market, so as many people, I would love to see them being successful with this platform. Okay, 10 minutes. Yeah, and they really turned the ship around, right? Like, especially if you look at the Motorsport Games history of mismanagement and yeah, all this license stuff and unfinished games, and it's almost a similar story as, you remember the game No Man's Sky? With a mess of a release, like under-delivering on what was promised, and they also turned the ship around, supporting No Man's Sky numerous years with updates and delivering feature after feature. That was a pretty good success story of a product and team that was at its lowest. And I think Le Mans Ultimate also, they had an announcement, or they told us, Stephen Hood told us that in our interview, that Le Mans Ultimate, the success of Le Mans Ultimate was pretty much their last chance of survival. And they kind of made it. It was a success already in early access, so that they could continue. So yeah, tomorrow will be a pretty important day for them, I believe, if they can like sell more copies of the game with this release. Leaving early access, being a full release, always means also more visibility, more like, yeah, news, more visibility probably also on Steam and such. So that's a big day for this team. But with the amount of good time that we had here also today with the 1.0 preview version, I have a pretty good feeling that many players out there and just sim racers who will purchase the game, maybe, yeah, now we messed it up, maybe sim racers who purchase the game for the first time tomorrow, that they will also have a good time with this. Oh, it's getting tricky. Because I think also Steam reviews are quite important for titles nowadays. Yeah, we dropped back to 12. No! But maybe the whole AI field will probably go to the pits for the final lap. That would not be great. But I don't think so. Let's see. Is the AI going to the pits? Final lap? Yes or no? We will see. This Porsche just backed off. Going into T1. That means we can probably get back to the top 10. Yeah, and thank you everyone for tuning in here today. If you just joined our live stream, we are previewing the 1.0 version that is being released tomorrow. As far as I'm aware, the version is pretty much done. This is very close to the thing that you will have on your PCs tomorrow. And I think the scheduled update time is around noon European time. So if you are from the US, for instance, you should, when you wake up tomorrow, there's a good chance that the game is already updating. Oh, yeah, I think through the... Like, we are losing grip now. It starts to show the tire age. Around 70% is the first time when you have a significant change in some of the corners where you have to be a bit more cautious. Especially these, like... Oh, yeah. Because the car does things now that it didn't before. I haven't felt such big changes in the car's behavior with the Toyota before. That remained pretty stable, no matter the tire wear. Like, I think that started to show some aspects of grip loss or more slippy acceleration around 65, 60%. And the Aston Martin is getting, yeah, like I said earlier, we call this the Valkyrie. Aston Martin Valkyrie. It's a bit more wild than some other cars in that respect. So yeah, if you just tuned in, especially people from the US probably now just woke up. So let us know in the comments with the 1 if you are watching from the USA. Or from South America as well, like from Brazil, Mexico. Let us know where you are watching from today. We already saw that many people are watching on the couch today, enjoying their vacation. Some people are secretly, sneakily watching also during work. That's not allowed. Get back to work. Okay, the final 5 minutes. Oh yeah, the front left is suffering. Ah, almost track limits here. It's getting a bit dark. Oh, it starts raining even outside in the real world right now. We are not in the top 10 anymore. Oh, track limits. But I'm not sure if you could, like 45 minutes Portimao, usually the virtual energy usage was higher, no? Maybe someone is willing to check driving a 45-minute race now in the live version to see if the standard virtual energy consumption is the same. Because I remember it was kind of tight, right? Usually around the 45-minute mark with standard settings. You were about to go to the pits, no? So maybe they changed something about this VE distribution. Because like this, we should be able to even like race a full hour without pit stop. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, maybe I'm wrong. When did we, like, do you remember, Yannick, or maybe you can look it up on the stream? When did we pit in our 1 hour race? Nicolas is at work in the US? Okay. I want the top 10 so badly. That's the blue Porsche. I think I could use a little bit more curb sometimes on the exit. Okay, final lap, I think. Let's go. There's more traffic coming. As long as it's only 1 car, the AI has an easier time dealing with this, but there's a train now coming. They will have a harder time. Probably we can snatch a position already here. Yeah. Oh, no! We removed just the next piece of our front bumper, but I had to try. How does it look like? Oh, that was the wrong button. It's still there. Yeah, we just like in parts removed our front end aero capabilities more and more and more during the race. Just because the braking of the AI is a bit difficult to anticipate sometimes. I know what we're going to do next. I think I talked earlier about this, but I think a Porsche GT3 race in Imola to get a better feel also for the new GT3 tires, because there was a significant update again to the LMG GT3 tires, and I'm really curious to see how this turns out. One more lap. We already drove the AMG earlier today in Monza, and it felt like a balance between the first and the second iteration of that GT3 tires. And it remains to be seen if this is a true claim or not. I don't think it's coming out at midnight. More like noon tomorrow, European time noon, so morning hours for US. Can we secure 10th place? It looks good. Just have to keep the car safe now. Following that Alpine. So cool that the rear lights of the Alpine are shaped in the Alpine logo. That looks nice. Okay, with the orange front bumper, we made it. Yeah, best lap was pretty slowish, 35.7. That's like 2 seconds. Still, it's 2 seconds off the pace of my usual Toyota lap times. That's interesting. So let's see what the chat has to say. G200, G900 Suelo style. Don't key bindings. Yeah. If you have a more simple wheel, you don't have enough key bindings. That's for sure. Nicholas was at work in the US. Good morning from work. Also here from Space Ghost. Sully said, any physics tire change for LMDH? Yeah, it's only for GT3, as far as I'm aware. That's what they announced in the patch notes, at least. Greets from Seattle. Hello, Ed, as well. Hey, Michel, have you already driven the M4 Evo? No, actually not. We are about to. Yeah, let's drive the M4 next. Good plan, actually. I wanted to test the Porsche next, but I think the BMW is also a good call. That's the new replay HUD, by the way. You can see it changed a little bit. Like you have the quick selection of elements now here on top. The track map sometimes doesn't work, though. Last time the track map worked. Here's our car. Yeah, now I have this like selection menu here. Here's the track map. Now it works. It was slightly over 50 minutes in the LMU Masters. Roughly 34 laps. Difficult to tell as you also had to retire before pitting, yeah. Should be about the same, yeah, okay. High specs, no, it's not out. It's coming tomorrow. That's the full release 1.0 of Le Mans Ultimate. And we have an early preview of the build, showcasing today what is coming tomorrow. And yeah, thank you, Yannick, for answering all the questions here. Every GT3 except the Mustang ended up with more weight. Yeah, let me check. Let me quickly check also the LMU website in between. I will leave you now with a bit of replay. I will quickly grab a drink, have a little break, and then I will be back also looking at the Le Mans Ultimate website if they announce any BOP changes, stuff like that. Sounds good. Yeah, I will let you enjoy this view. I think that's kind of nice. listening to the V12 note again. And yeah, I will be back in like 2 or 3 minutes. See you very soon. Okay, I hope you were enjoying the ASMR. Let's quickly check the LMU website as well. For the BOP adjustments. Yeah, we just have a very refreshing range tower here. That's so nice. Yeah, let's see, like the more ultimate website, if there is anything to be seen there already. Le Mans Ultimate. Yeah, Silverstone will be later this year, I think in autumn or fall. But the good part is that Aston Martin, Valkyrie, and AMG are free for everyone. Release notes. Le Mans Ultimate reaches the finish line of early access. Aha. Let me share this with you guys. Here it is. That's from today. The latest news on the version 1.0 update from Studio 397. From everyone at Motorsport Games and Studio 397. Make this a bit bigger for you. Thank you all. Thank all of you that have supported our project through early access. It has not been an easy journey for the game or our company, but we're pleased to have made it here thanks to everyone's support, both in purchasing the game, but also those of you that have helped through reports to refine any issues we had with releases. In particular, I want to address the last release. A lot of technical code changes were made in order to accommodate driver swaps and custom liveries. This caused some issues for some players. Thanks to your clear and concise feedback, we have tracked down these issues and have delivered 3 major patches between this release and the last one. Yeah, we saw that. Fixing special server provider network problems as well. Yeah, these are types of scenarios that early access was built for. Okay, what is new in 1.0? This is the grown-up, more mature June release, but with some special new toys. Yeah, the Aston Martin Valkyrie and the AMG. Yeah, we tested them already. Also the Evo version of the BMW. That's the car that we will drive now. Anything on performance changes? Yeah, the first drivers. That's also something to keep in mind, guys. The driver swap event on 1st of August. That's the time slots for this race. We'll probably driving on the 1st of August and live stream that as well. 6 hours of Qatar. 30 cars per split. Hypercar and AMG GT3. And minimum of 2 drivers per team, maximum of 6 drivers per team. Hello, does the update not include saving during the race? I think that was a thing before, right? I think you can save your progress and continue at any point. Something we can test? No. Final notes? Yeah, I don't know. Let me quickly check something. Because I have a list that I was sent for changes and stuff. Let's see if there's also mentioning of BOP changes. Let me quickly go through this. I can tell you about the pricing though. Pricing of the game. In pounds, euros, and US dollars. So from tomorrow, from the full release, it will be, for the base game, £29, 35 euros, or 34.99. I will round it up now, okay? So 29 British pounds, 35 euros, 38 US dollars for the base game. Then the DLC packs can be purchased individually. That means DLC 1 and 2 are £10 or 12 euros or $13. DLC pack 3 is a bit bigger. There was the one with Brazil, right? With Sao Paulo. That's £14, 17 euros or $18. Pack 4 is a bit cheaper. It's only 7 euros. But you can also have a complete set for a 15% discount. So that's then, I don't know, 60? Like the full pack? But you will see it on Steam then tomorrow. So yeah, if you want a game with all DLCs, it's not so cheap anymore. So let me check for BOP adjustment, if there's any. No, patch notes. We saw the patch notes already. Track updates, car updates. Yeah, car updates is mainly about adding lights and stuff. Cockpit lights. But I don't see any BOP news for 1.0 yet. There are maybe no changes. So yeah, it is what it is. Okay, let's go back in game. And have a little race on Imola in the BMW. That would be nice, right? Okay. Yeah, and like I said, this is about to be released then as a next DLC. ELMS, also with Silverstone. So at least you can see here, there are a few backup saves of our previous races that I can now continue. Yeah. So this should work to save. And it also creates like automatic backups even if you don't save. So that's quite interesting. Let's have another race weekend in the new BMW. Imola is a lovely track. Let's go there with the BMW GT3 Evo. Let's go with the Brazilian Sao Paulo livery. Isn't that nice? That's the car of choice now. And yeah, we're going through the settings quickly. Let's have a shorter race this time, maybe. Like a 15-minute race would be fine, I guess, for this quick tire test. So this is more intended to be a tire test again, to see how the new GT3 tires behave on track. Weather is fine. Just random dry weather. Difficulty. I go back to 93. Maybe that's the sweet spot right now for me, for my skill level. Let's see. Let's start the race weekend. So let me know in the chat, guys. Do you already own Le Mans Ultimate through the early access, or are you planning to purchase it tomorrow then? Finally. Buzzer says game is cool, monetization model, and the toxic community. People will jump at your throat on the Discord for any criticism of the game, even when it's just feedback. Yeah, but let's be honest, that's sometimes the sim racing community as a whole. A bit toxic sometimes. I mean, we have a big community on overtake.gg. Majority of people is super friendly, super nice, super helpful as well. But it's sometimes the people you see online is not the representation of the whole community. Because I think like the overall people in this industry and in the scene are very, very nice people. But there are, of course, some people raising their voice sometimes in Discords and stuff that are not so friendly. But yeah, I've never seen something really bad on the LMU Discord. I'm sometimes also there reading stuff and looking for the updates and stuff. But yeah, what I experienced online though in LMU was pretty positive. Like, I mean, yeah, yesterday we had a live stream on a public server. There were a few crash kits on there. But generally, if you go like up to the safety rating ranks and online, you can have a pretty good experience. And I saw many very fair, very, very good racing online in LMU. So Porsche GT3 BOP changes. Where did you see that, Nicholas? There's a post on the LMU subreddit. Okay. That's good to know. I kind of wonder why they would only post that in the subreddit and not anywhere else. Maybe they posted it also on their Discord, but let's check then there. Release notes. Okay, there's a separated page that they posted. Ah, yeah. Okay. I got it now. First, let me quickly pause the game that we don't miss the practice. Yep. Got it now. So here's the updates. Aston Martin Vantage. You can see the adjustment in kilograms. BMW is now the Evo. And they added a lot of weight. Yeah, the BMW was the meta car in LMGT3. So everyone was just using that, or many people were using this car, indeed. So it received a good amount of kilograms now on almost every track. Except Monza. Monza had lost a bit of weight. But Interlagos is massive. 28 kilograms. Ooh. The Corvette. No one ever used the Corvette. And it got more weight. No, Corvette. Was anyone using the Corvette as a main car? But as you said, Nicolas, almost all the cars got more weight. So if every other car got significant more weight, then the Corvette maybe even benefits from that patch. But it seems like that's the only cars that had changes. No changes. No, it's in alphabetical order. Never mind. Ferrari. So it seems like the LMHs, not that many changes. Okay. A lot of weight penalty also for the Huracan. Also, yeah, almost all the cars got more weight. Interesting. The Peugeot got more weight on all tracks. No, Yannick. No. Plus 15 on all tracks. Porsche. Oh, the Porsche got punished big time. Like I see many big numbers here for the Porsche GT3. Uh-oh. No change for... no changes for the Toyota and the Ferrari LMH. Interesting. But yeah, then yeah, interesting. Okay, but it is what it is. Yeah, let's jump into the BMW. Here are the new taillights. That's our beautiful Brazilian livery. RT365, thank you so much. They should add some races for better SR races. Yeah, I think from intermediate onwards it's fine. Most people are respectful even in bronze lobbies. Yeah, I felt the same. Like my experience online was pretty good. But thank you, Nicholas, for pointing me towards that Reddit post to see the actual changes. Yeah, I don't know why they added so much weight. I mean, it's not ridiculously much. Like 15 to 20 kilograms is not crazy. But I also, maybe to make up for the tire changes, because the tires may be more performant now. Okay, let's get a feel for Imola in the BMW now. Gotta load let's see, look at the setup quickly. Let's get the Coach Dave setup with a little bit less fuel. Now let's stay at 100% fuel to get a feel for the full car. Oh, slip angle is quite high here. Does it really need that high of a slip angle value? We will see. Let's push it. Now, BOP in-game and real life is a completely different story, I guess. Oh. It's a Fanatec wheel. The Fanatec wheel. Camera's a bit low for the chase cam. So let's see if the feel for the steering is similar to the AMG. So I had a lot of critique about yeah, the steering feel. Yeah, it's the same. Oh, is it? Yeah, we'll see. Let's get the tires up to a little bit of temperatures before we judge. What I can say is that the steering is quite heavy in this car, as if the force feedback value is higher. A lot of weight. But then, yeah, also, like, around the center, when you steer, like, 90 degrees, it's getting so numb. As if the front tires would disappear, really. That's how I can describe it. Like, if you steer 90 degrees, it feels like the front tires are just gone. No scrubbing or rubbing effect. Like, usually you would expect, like, a horrible rubbing, because, yeah... There's just no feel for the front tires. That's a bit sad. It doesn't really matter while like racing and being on the rhythm. It's more like a technical thing that I would expect from the force feedback. Like because everything else is like so well communicated also through the force feedback, like curbs and going sideways or losing rear grip or yeah, having like lockups and stuff. That's all beautiful, but the only thing that is really like this one nitpick that I have with the feel and force feedback is just the front-engined GT3s right now being so numb. Like here, this is what I mean. Like usually if you push your car over your front tires, it should be a similar effect to what you would have with the ABS. Like, so when I break into the ABS, that the wheel is just fighting me and telling me, oh, you are breaking into the ABS, you know? Like the ABS system is talking to me through the steering wheel, basically. And this is not happening with the front tires when I'm running over them. It would be a brutal feeling having a slick tire that is fighting for grip, and you are just running over it. It would defend itself, kinda. It wouldn't feel like you are driving on ice, right? So this is super numb, super weird. But at the end of the day, does it ruin my experience? No. It's just weird. And it doesn't happen too often. Like if you are on it, like going for the apexes. Oh, he bumped into us. If you are just driving your line and do your thing, you will not notice it in a distracting or immersion-killing way. You just here sometimes when you try to push the car a little bit over the front axle, it's just getting numb in the steering. That wasn't so much the case with the hypercar. But the rest feels great. Yeah, also understanding what the car's doing is super good. Like you can place it. It's driving exactly where you want it to drive. When you're within this like grip window. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, as you can see, it's communicates well enough when things are happening that kind of imbalance your car, or you have to like catch your car. It all works naturally. Like the steering input is exactly what you would expect from this sort of car, so you can still catch it if you need to. That's a tricky one here, but we can rely beautifully Also in the ABS. But I will say that you probably have to create a different profile for your wheelbase between GT3 and hypercars, because they are quite different. I would probably... Yeah, they are just straight ignoring me here. Running into my back all the time. I would probably lower the overall force feedback even here for the LM GT3. Oh, yeah. Too much speed for the car. It couldn't carry enough downforce, and we messed it up. But we also had some damage on the rear wing already. Oh, hello. So this is our car now here, the BMW updated version, 2025 Evo version of the car. It's, I believe, the first racing sim to feature that. Evo M4, so Assetto Corsa Evo is slightly late to the party. They will also have it in the next update. So it should also be coming this month with Spa-Francorchamps. Yeah, again, guys, the update is out tomorrow. Whenever someone is asking, just point them to the video description also of this live stream, because it's mentioned there as well. Update is coming tomorrow. I love Imola. I don't know, have they changed the sound? No, right? It's still the same. I think I prefer the sound of the car here over ACC and iRacing. It's a bit more distinctive, so you know a bit better where the refs are right now. Yeah. Any other questions, guys? Any other requests that you want to see here? Or any other opinion you want to have on the 1.0 build so far? Can I play multiplayer every day if I just buy the base game? Oof, yeah, good question. I think yes. Yeah, it depends, right? If you don't have the track of the DLC, you cannot race in the daily race, probably. Like, if you have Qatar, if you don't have Qatar, for instances, and there's a daily race in Qatar, you probably can't run that event. So, many games handle it differently, but I believe it is this way. You can play daily, says Marcus Bielski. Mariusz Bielski. Always free content so far. In the daily races, are you sure? I'm pretty sure I saw also Sao Paulo and Qatar in the daily races. But you mean for the beginner class? Yeah, beginner class should be free content, I believe, yeah. Always free content. In bronze. Okay, yeah. If you go silver and gold, you might need extra content. Okay. Yeah, alright, Thomas, I hope. Okay, guys. Then let's go to the quali. But, like, from a first impression, LM GT3 tire update, it's way more friendly again. It's not as surprising loss of grip on the rear as it was before, as far as I can tell. So it's more like back to the original LM GT3 tires. So it's like a mixture. You can't abuse the tire slip angle anymore to this extent that you could in the first iteration, but it's also not as like sharp in terms of the grip loss. So it would be kind of a mixture, I believe. We will see. Okay, 6 laps should be fine for the fuel. On a little quali and see how the tires develop. I will leave the tire temperature page for you guys so you can see how it develops. Any idea why I have low FPS yet also very low PCU usage? Like I have 60 FPS and 60% GPU usage here. That's very individual. Like this question, I don't know. I run triples, so what usually helps big time is turning this post-processing to low or off even. That kills a lot of FPS, I believe. And I actually don't know if LMU is harder on the GPU or CPU. I'm running it on like medium details now with low post-processing. And I'm now running 165 FPS, which is quite good, on triples. With a 4080 Super. Oh, it's very floaty as long as the tires are cold. Yeah, the cold tires just don't feel good. But yeah, that's what it is, right? Very floaty, like driving on ice. Yeah, the answer to grip loss can't be turning off force feedback effects. This is not right. It's so I don't know. As if like if you exceed the grip limits, it's like, oh, we turned off your force feedback. That just can't be the solution. It's not iRacing anymore, no. But iRacing got pretty good, I think, with the GT3 tire rework a few weeks ago. Yeah, I kind of get now why the Coach Dave setup has... Like, how high is the slip angle on 10? TC slip angle on 10? As if this car is a drift machine. That's crazy. Third gear might be sufficient here. Grip is not there yet after one lap. Oh, takes long. Takes really long. I'll turn the slip angle a little bit lower to 8. Maybe like prohibiting any slip angle also doesn't help really with warming the tires up. Yeah, it's getting better now. But 55 degrees Celsius is not the window that we want to be in. Yeah, second gear is really good. There's so much torque. Thanks to this flat 6 turbo. .3-liter engine here, the same B58 sourced engine that is also in the street variants of the M4, M3 and so on. Or S58 I think it is. Okay. Pole position. There's still a lot of cars to get their laps still. So now, flat out this time, this will be way quicker. Oh yeah, look how much time we lost there in the first lap. We are in the third lap now, and the tires are just starting to hit the 60-degree mark. Could take a bit longer now than before. That curb feel is so good. Man. It, like, literally it feels like I'm driving over a real curb. So, it's so good is the force feedback. Oh. You can really feel the texture that you can visibly see is perfect. It's very enjoyable, like you can, even as a beginner I would say, if you drove a few laps here, if you just practice a bit, you can get up to speed pretty quickly. Oh, Lopez in the Lexus is close. Car is very forgiving if you make use of the TC systems. I feel like I could turn the slip angle down now that we have more tire temp. Ah, very good. Let's see how it is now up on acceleration here out of the twisty bits. Okay, some power cut is at 6 now. Let's lower that as well. You can go on throttle like pretty easily. You don't need to be as sensitive as in the hypercars. So the car will only punish you when you are doing it completely wrong, kinda. And you do like crazy steering inputs while hammering down the throttle pedal. Then it will punish you for sure, but there's a pretty wide limit now. Nah, I think the rear's way more stable than in the previous update. I remember losing the Lexus rear all the time if I was not like paying attention. But here I don't feel like that it's challenging me like crazy, that I have to be super awake to not make a mistake. It's rather easy, even here through the bumps and stuff. There's barely a moment where I really have to actively counter steer once the tires are in the temperature window. And now we kinda reached it. It took a long time, right? Getting to the 7 degrees. 70 degrees. Second gear here, yeah. Yeah, okay. We had a little moment. But nothing uncontrollable. Oh. Yeah, so when you start really pushing for the limits, there are more moments. Yeah. Where it almost, also kind of pushes itself over all 4 tires. It's a proper slide then even. Yeah, so I feel like it's this handling model now with the tire is easy to learn once you are in the temperature window, but you first have to drive that way that you can get the tires up to working speed. Then it's kinda, you have an easy time until you start pushing more. When you really want to hit the limit, it starts getting a little bit hairy. So I think it's a good sweet spot for more advanced drivers who want to have fun and who want to have a challenge in LMG GT3. But at the same time, predictable and easy enough also for amateur or beginner drivers who just want to learn the driving, kinda. So it's a very good balance, actually. That's also due to the car that has a friendly nature. But I like that. Yeah, we will also test the Porsche, that's for sure. But yeah, so far it feels pretty good. And as I just said, like when you drive more, you kind of forget about this element of this like weird numb feeling in the steering when you go like for 90-degree corners. So, yeah. Okay, then we have a 15-minute race now. Okay, let's go. How many laps would it be? 15 minutes in Imola. The gamble starts. 9 laps. Yeah, slip angle was a bit too much. It was too intrusive. I go with 8 now. Power cut 5. Felt okay-ish. Okay, how many laps is it? Okay. I hope it saved the setup now. I think the Beamer and the Lambo is the best car. Porsche in some track can work, at least for me. I want to try the Merc. Yeah, the Merc felt pretty good. Like, it was more boat-like, more front-heavy even than the BMW, but enjoyable. Like, I enjoyed it a lot. Can we see in this screen, can we somewhere see the predicted laps that we need to drive? That would be a nice extra info as well. Like, the game will tell you immediately. Okay, we can just quick choose new tires. Because the game will immediately tell you the estimated amount of laps when you start the race. But it somehow doesn't in the pre-race screen. Okay, it's 10 laps. It'll be 10 laps probably then. Cool. Yeah. Fresh tires again. Okay, let's go. Yeah, we are on the pole position this time, so we kind of circumvented the bug, skipping to the next session since we had finished the qualifying. Last time, we skipped the session a bit earlier, and it recalculated the times, kinda. Yeah, they also implemented this feature, by the way, in one of the later updates, where the AMG GT3 has a gap to the hypercars. It has been implemented as well. Good to see. Yeah, the Valkyrie, boah, man. We drove the Valkyrie 2 times already today. It's brilliant. It sounds so good, but it's hard to drive, really. It's especially hard on the brake. I had a hard time, like, not locking up my tires. My theory still is that as this car has no hybrid, it also doesn't do the recuperation thing, so the electric motor is not helping you under braking, so you rely completely on the physical brake. And that makes it extra hard, kinda. But also here, the Valkyries are quite down on pace. Look. They are both last. Imagine we would now overtake the Valkyries in our BMW. Okay, 60 degrees tire temp all over. At least the fact that they warm up at the same pace speaks for the setup. It's something you really want, like a stable tire pressure distribution across your 4 tires. It's a pretty good sign. Yeah, BMW, Stanton said it, it's a good all-rounder car. It was quite hit by the balance changes in the 1.0 update tomorrow, so it will receive a lot of extra weight on many tracks. So maybe it will change a little bit about the tier list, sort of, in LMU's online play. We will see.
Lap 156.4.
Because from online lobbies, I think the BMW was one of the best picks. Porsche was also pretty strong. I remember seeing like Fabian Roth and others in our club racing events driving the Porsche, being one of the quickest. But also Stephen Bailey, he drove the Porsche as well, I think, in our events. So Porsche was a good choice, I think, before, but also got punished by the extra weight, BOP-wise. Yeah, by the way, guys, if you watch here today and you are more of a newcomer to sim racing and you hear the one or the other phrase like BOP or FFB or whatever, don't shy away from just asking if you don't know in the comments. We will try our best to answer your questions, because I can imagine now, with the interest for LMU for the final version, there's also many people that maybe are even about to purchase their first sim racing title. So let us know if you have any questions, like if something is not clear to you, please ask in the chat. Also general questions in terms of setting up, driving and so on, we try to help you. It's so easy to push this car also, and if you like overdrive it a little bit, you immediately kinda get a good feedback from the car that you just overdrove, and you can still correct. It's not punishing at all, so that's really good. It's almost like a GT4 car in that sense. That's how these cars should be like in real life as well, because you have to keep in mind that GT3 is not only a class for professional drivers, but also for gentleman drivers, like bronze drivers in real life, who just have a shit ton of money and pay their seat kinda. Yeah, so tires got to life quickly now, as we also had them preheated for the race. Like they were like artificially preheated through the formation lap, I guess. Yeah, it's quite easy to keep the car alive. I can just casually drive with one hand now, like the famous character initially. So it's like really easy to focus on your pure driving, braking, and so on. It's not as engaging and forcing your attention like a hypercar. So there's a good gap between AMG GT3s and hypercars in drivability. I like that. It's what GT4 is to ACC, is now GT3 for LMU. It's nice how you can use all the curb that is available here on Imola, mostly. Just keep in mind to be smooth with the steering. Don't be hectic. Any hectic input will unsettle the car. This BMW is so friendly. This is an offline race, yeah. There's no online racing right now in the preview that we have here for the version 1 build. But probably we'll jump in the online sessions tomorrow. Once the game is live, I might pull off another live stream. If you want that, like this live stream. Happy about your thumbs up, obviously. Yeah, we have our problems with the AI. The AI is not perfect by any means. Also depends a little bit on the track. I'm also a bit concerned about the consistency, because it seems to be a bit different between AMG GT3 and Hypercar. I've been hovering between 92 and 95% AI strength. We are now at 93, and it seems like, yeah, my skill gap to the AI is getting bigger again. So it's a bit of a trial and error. And sometimes they have their problems with traffic management. We just had a longer race, 45 minutes in Portimao. And we just experienced, yeah, a little bit of a hassle sometimes when the Hypercar group catches up to the AMG GT3s. Gets a bit hairy then sometimes. And sometimes the Hypercars don't know really what to do, so there are a few hiccups. They don't really make use of proper strategies and fuel saving yet. So I had a lot of points where I think that the AI can still be improved in the future. But it's not like, if you found your level, your skill level of AI that matches your driving kinda, I think in a direct confrontation on track kinda, if you drive against someone, if you scroll back a little bit to our first race here in the stream today when we were at Sebring in the Aston Martin Valkyrie, we had a great time fighting the Peugeots and trying to find like close the gap and stuff. So you can have good time with the AI, but it's sometimes a little bit immersion breaking, so it's not perfect by any means. So yeah, if I had to put a score to the AI now, it's a 6.5 out of 10. So it's not where it could be. Abraham has this take like, never play on release day. Yeah, I played a lot of online racing, daily races and stuff in LMU in the last couple of weeks. Except this one off where we had the live stream with Yannick in the office, where he was dropped out of the game at the start. I think that was the only major glitch or bug that I saw. But as we are aware, the Ultimate in their update also said that there were a few ISPs and stuff, like internet providers, where there were issues with the online connection or something. I never had these issues, so I haven't experienced like big game-breaking bugs in the online multiplayer either. And also today we ran... This is the version for tomorrow here right now, so far it looked pretty stable. Like, I had a few micro stutters sometimes, on particular times of day transitions that sometimes happens, but also not to an extent where it starts getting annoying or anything. So I think the version of the Ultimate right now is pretty stable, at least on my hardware and internet configuration. But yeah, let us know if you had bigger problems. It's something to take into consideration then as well. It was Buemi, right? Like the Toyota AI is always so strong. And we are now... That's Kubica. Robert Kubica, the Le Mans winner. Car.
That time was a 1:46.59.
Yeah, but maybe a little conclusion here about the BMW and the AMG GT3 tire feel. Very drivable, very enjoyable. Like I said, it's a nice feel for advanced drivers to push these cars to the maximum, but enjoyable and not frustrating for beginners. So you should get around most tracks without a big hiccup or anything. So yeah, in short, very enjoyable, very good. Also the tire feel. Just in like tighter turns, sometimes the steering feel is not perfect. It's a bit numb around the center. For example here, if I push the car like over the front axle out of this corner, it's getting... Yeah, there's not enough sensation in the force feedback, but if the rest is good, I can live with that for now. I'm also far from being an esports or real GT3 driver. This is like, my opinion that you get is more like a average sim racer's take, who has a little bit of experience in driving also sports cars in real life and slight racing experience. Someone who knows how a tire works and how a suspension works, who tweaked several things on his private cars. Like I've gone through a lot of different tire models and suspension settings on my BRZ on the Nordschleife. It's always great to have the real life perspective also when it comes to sim racing, that you can compare things and you can kind of judge if things, like at the end of the day it's just physics, right? It's just like black rubber that is wrapped around your rim that has contact to asphalt, and that's pretty much it. This is where all the magic happens. And then you have of course things like weight distribution, different center of gravity in different cars, different drivetrain concepts like mid-engine and front-engine cars, where the weight distribution under braking is a little bit different, and there you can make your way and just getting a feel for what is happening. What is happening? What is the car doing under heavy braking? What is the car doing when I accelerate? And what does the center of gravity and suspension geometry has to do with it? That's pretty much it. Once it clicks, once you understand the standards of driving dynamics, vehicle dynamics, there's also a few good books out there. You can read about this stuff. It's just a fun topic. Very complex, but still like fun to discover. Okay, here we are. Our Brazilian BMW. Abraham, crash 80% of the time, and it's frustrating when driver rating of 2 crashed events, lose 30% of your driver license. Yeah, this can be frustrating, I agree. Like I also had this where I just crashed out in an event like in the first corner or even, yeah. That's just it hopefully evens out after a while if you drive more, these kind of things. But yeah, let's watch the replay here quickly. Wasn't it sitting, like, in the previous update? It was sitting always on your car, right? Because it's now it's picking a random driver somehow. Usually it should be your car that is the spotlight of the replay. Okay, here we go. And it now even has the radar. Where does the radar come from now? It's still a little bit bugged. We haven't seen the radar before, right, in the replay? Yeah, Borman, the replay cam is way better now. Before they have had this clutter of this menu down here. And it's now this sleek gray like menu here up top. It's pretty nice. But somehow we got a radar that sneaked in here. I just don't know why the chase cam for the BMW is so low. It's actually the same for the other cars. Or similar. There's no far chase cam. I think they should add a far chase cam for the gamepad players, then also looking to the future. If they have a console release also planned, maybe. Let's see a bit of the cockpit here. Yeah, I will also quickly drive the Porsche. Maybe... Yeah, let's look for the track lists and see what could... Like, Spa could maybe fit for a quick test. I just want to test also the GT3 tires with a different engine layout. Oh, Leopardine 3D has an interesting question. As someone who has AMS2, why is this game more fun? I think the hypercars are done in a better way, like in terms of the physics. It's way more engaging and challenging to keep them alive and to push them. AMS2 is a bit more on the easier side, I would say. So keeping a hypercar alive in AMS2 is an easier task than an LMU. LMU just feels like with a steering wheel, with a proper direct drive, it feels more detailed, more engaging to drive for me, at least. AMS2 has a bit more this like F1 game style where it's a bit easier to pick up, even though I enjoy also the visuals a lot in AMS2 and the variety of the cars and content that you can drive. So AMS2 has this big advantage of a bigger roster of everything. There's historic cars. The amount of tracks and combinations you can drive is way, way bigger than LMU. LMU is more specialized in the WEC, in the World Endurance Championship, and in the content they have. They put more effort into developing those cars with the feedback of real drivers and real like reference to make them the perfect versions of the real world in the simulators. That's something I can feel, at least, or what I would say is the big difference. And I think if you look for also multiplayer events and online play, LMU is where it's at right now, next to iRacing at ACC. AMS2 online, yeah, you can, of course, host sessions, drive with your friends and stuff. But like proper matchmaking, like LFM is unfortunately pretty dead. In AMS2, there's a few sessions where you can have good fun and stuff, but it's not to an extent like the other simulators right now. Yeah, that's a bit of the differences. AMS2 is great for single player stuff and enjoying different eras of cars and stuff. Yeah, that's for sure. Okay, let's run maybe... What's a good track to feel the tires in the car, except the tracks we already had? Yeah, let's go with Spa quickly. It's a good old combination. The short pit lane is enough now. And let's go Porsche. Let's see how the Porsche would feel like now. Oh yeah, the Iron Dames Le Mans livery. That's cool. Just a quick practice now. Just want to see how it feels like now. Okay. Porsche and Spa. What a classic combination. Swingman camera. Yeah, that's the word I was missing. or far chase cam. How LMU hypercars are good or bad in comparison in AC VRC hypers? Oh, good question. I'm afraid I haven't driven the VRC hypercars in AC. Might be a good test, actually. LFM for AMS2 gets a bit of a kick when updates are... Yeah, true. Whenever AMS2 is pushing new updates. AMS2 will also release the Aston Martin Valkyrie soonish. So, yeah, curious to see how it will be there. I can imagine the V12 will sound amazing there as well. I wonder who will have the better take on the V12 feel. AMS2 or LMU. But yeah, I'm excited for the next AMS2. And we will jump back into AMS2 as well then with the new updates and report and stream and stuff. Yannick in our team is still a big AMS2 fan. He enjoys, first and foremost, the historic Formula 1 content. They're also great, like for AMS2, there are great skin packs also for the Formula classes, so you can rerun 90s Formula 1 seasons and stuff. So if you are into the immersive single-player experience, there's some great things to discover. So yeah, OverTake GG, always a good source, by the way, for sim racing news. We also have a premium program. We can become premium member just for 12 euros or 10 euros a year. 12 euros, 1 euro per month. It's 12 euros, I think, for a full year. So that's the Porsche now. Let's see how quick we can get the tires up to temperature. And then afterwards, I quickly wanted to check something with the custom liveries. Yeah, this Le Mans livery is great. So cool. Okay. Ah! The Cadillac. Ah! Had to go into the wall. Pam! Yeah, the cold tires are not too terrible, actually. Look, the car even turns in. It's not just going straight up on turning. Oh, hello, my friends. Wow. It immediately... that was the immediate grip loss that we are all afraid of with the old update. And maybe I was a bit too optimistic when it comes to the grip that the car produced. Let's try again. Yeah, it's... should I have like steered in a bit more? So I didn't drive the Porsche that much before. Okay, we still have the old tires, so they still have a little bit of temperature. Oh, was there a floating Mercedes in the replay? Didn't see that. Yeah, tires are still cold, yeah. Let's see if it takes a full lap to get them up to temperature. It's a Peugeot. Yeah, I'm really curious to see what also esports level drivers will say about this LM GT3 tire update. People like Marbix, the German sim racing streamer and YouTuber. He's very competitive. He always has a good take also on these things, so curious also to see also what he says today. He will probably also have access to this update already, like many others. So my verdict about the tire update is that it's friendlier. It got better. It doesn't have these like super surprising grip loss moments that we had before. So also my colleague Luca here at OverTake, he was running a few of the LM Le Mans Ultimate events with us. And he came from iRacing mainly, like he was driving a lot of iRacing, also GT3. And he didn't really get tied to the driving physics of LMU so far. He had his problems, like keeping the car alive or searching for the limits, pushing and so on. And I think that will get a bit better now. Dangerous. That Ferrari. The tires are still below 70. I don't think that the tires heat up faster. Slower maybe even. Or maybe it's the same still. But it takes a while, like we saw just in Imola. That it took a good while. Now we are getting there. Yeah, and the closer we get to the 70 degrees Celsius threshold, the stickier it gets. But also the Porsche is pretty drivable. Can push it really well. Can maybe, especially in the faster bits, if you throw it too quickly into a corner, can get hairy. Oh, Aston, alarm. I wish the outside car sound was a bit louder then. But we also have to consider that in the WEC the cars are quite muffled, right? So the Aston is not super loud, I think, in real life. Is there anyone who attended one of the WEC races or Le Mans this year? Someone who had the real life experience of the external sound of the Aston Martin this year? Let me know. I love how everyone's just in love with the Valkyrie. What a nice car. Still needed earplugs. They were muffled in Interlagos. You're from Brazil? Greetings to Brazil. There's such a big sim racing scene in Brazil, it's crazy. And I heard it's so expensive to buy sim racing gear in Brazil. There are so many taxes and import tariffs on some of the stuff. Yeah, you have to be like, this one is kind of tricky. In the Porsche, you downhill, turn in on the brakes is kind of killing the balance. Yeah, so if you combine like quick steering inputs, quick corrections, it's not as friendly as the BMW or the other front-engined GT3s. But if you have like the TC on a high level as I just have, the TC will kinda rescue you from most of the stuff. Let's go 666. The devil's setting. Yeah, oh! Oh! Oh, force feedback is quite heavy in these AMG GT3s now. I don't know if that's an update thing, but that almost hurt. The counter steering.
Lap 2, 34.75.
Yeah. At level 6, it's already a bit more tricky. Yeah, mastering the TC settings in MU is really the key to find time and lap times if you are getting to a higher level than out of bronze. Vincius says a lot of DIY stuff also, if you have to go through. Circumventing the high cost for original sim racing equipment, yeah. Kinda. Yeah, there will probably be more around DIY stuff on our channel in the future, because we now have a colleague that also loves DIYing. Like, he built his own active pedal and his own button box and stuff. It's pretty interesting. Also, I don't know, a little bit floaty, right? Can you see it? If you're exceeding the grip level, it's getting a bit floaty now. Almost feels like you are driving on wet. It's weird. I'm not 100% convinced yet of the new tire model. It's a bit... difficult. Let's put it like this. I wouldn't expect such a behavior from a heated up slick tire. That it develops such a floaty feel over the front axle. Like...
Lap 2, 25.74.
I mean, it could also be part of the TC, the traction control, that causes this. But usually this doesn't interfere with your tires when you just understeer into something. Also here, look, it's like I would never turn the wheel like this in real life, and the tire does not react to it. It's weird. No, it's not right. And I really don't know why they fiddled so much with this tire physics, because yeah, now it's gone. Because for me it was fine. Like, when they released the AMG GT3s for the first time, it was okay. I liked it. But I think it's caused by the esports level, where people abused the slip angle of the tires, and they have to find a middle ground where it works for the amateur drivers, or yeah, more like easier drivers, and the pro drivers. It's a little bit of a hustle right now. I don't know. I'm not I'm not 100% sold on the tire update. I love it. I love the driving in the hypercars, and this is also the class that I will stay in when it comes to multiplayer events and stuff. But LMG GT3, I don't know yet. I like it more in iRacing. I'll be honest with you. Yeah, I rotated the car, but either I rotate or it's still floaty. Like it shouldn't be that floaty. I tried to rotate a little bit. Yeah, but you can have your own opinion tomorrow. You will try it tomorrow and you will feel it. The tires differently with LMP2 and Hyper? No. Tire models in Hypercar and LMP2 stayed the same. Let's also drive a mid-engine GT3 on Bahrain, for instance, because we have some like super understeery corners there as well. So let's get into the Lambo now. Next LMG GT3 tire test. Yeah, let's go Bahrain maybe. Is this Bahrain? Yeah. Let's go Bahrain. Lambo. Purple Lamborghini. Oh, wait a second. There's no Lambo in 2025. No. No. Then we go 2024. Yeah, I remember we mentioned that during the live stream with Stephen Hood, where it's like, oh yeah, some cars just appeared in the update and you can't use them in 2025 anymore. That's unfortunate, but they will be available in online racing. Like you can choose also the 2023 and 2024 cars. That's not the problem. But yeah, it's gone for 2025. We just saw it. Yeah, that's unfortunate. So we have to stay with the 2024 for Lamborghini driving. It's a bit sad. Or did I just not see it? I don't know. Okay, let's do another 15-minute race here as well. Yeah, maybe a practice is enough. We'll probably do something else afterwards. Maybe a final race with the Aston Martin or something. Just quickly check the tires and how the car feels here. This game needs better anti-aliasing. Yeah. You are judging from the stream or from your local installation? Yeah, Marius, you could be right. I play at 34, 40, at 40, 40, and 40, and aliasing is so bad I can't see at distance. Huh. I didn't have so many issues with that, to be honest. There are other engines that are worse in terms of anti-aliasing, I believe. LMU killed GT3 fun for me. Evo will take that race. Yeah, I'm in the same group kinda, boss. I felt the LMG GT3s more with the first iteration of the tire model. But we will see. We have another test now with the mid-engine vehicle. Okay, it's very 50-50 brake balance. Nice. I'll also lower the fuel a little bit to get a different... Like it's a difference if you drive like a full fuel. So the cars tend to be heavier and stuff. So let's see. I don't know, Vladimir. I don't think that the anti-aliasing is too bad. Yeah, I hope so too. The bugs would be bad, indeed. That sounds so good. See how long it takes again to Get tires to temps. Yeah, I'm in the mid-engine fan club. Like, I have such a good feel already for the steering. It's so much easier to steer. It doesn't feel like boat, like some of the front-engine cars. Yeah, I really wonder what people like James Baldwin and Dave Perel will say about this. Like, if you can force a mid-engine GT3 car so much into understeer, to me it feels off. To me it feels off. But we will see what the experts have to say about this. Now let's see if the tires are getting up to temps. Like the rest of the track, except this like super understeery moments, feels pretty good. But still, this floaty element to it. So like, I don't know. In the real race car, I would never be able to pull off this like steering movement where I just steer like 90 degrees to the left and the car still goes straight. That doesn't feel right. Sorry. Let's see if we perform this move again, if the tires are heating up actually in front. So, steering 90 degrees, push, 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 push. And the tires are not even heating up. That's ridiculous. No, that's not right. Look at that. That would never ever happen in real life. I'm fully steering. Now it's starting to heat up in front, but no. That will not work. Nah. It's weird. It's weird. I don't like the tire update. Or the tire model in GT3 in general now. But I can also see why they have to work on it, why they have to change it, because it's just preventing esports drivers from abusing elements of the physics. Yeah, difficult topic, difficult take. But I don't want to just tell you guys that everything is brilliant and wonderful. That would also not be the right way to do it. It's just my honest opinion, my honest findings. This is not the style of driving that you would perform, right? And as I said earlier, if you just drive and enjoy the track and the feel, and if you just drive the normal line, it's mostly fine. But there are elements to this tire model that are just a bit weird and floaty. Yeah, but I'm now really keen on seeing other opinions. Because I'm not saying I'm 100% right. It's just my observation. But if you drive within standard parameters, feels good. Like I said earlier in our other GT3 tests. but mark my words, this will not be the last tire update. I mean, at some point they just have to cut the line, yeah? Because there's so many feedback from so many different sources now. If you take like race drivers or esports drivers and mix that all together, that can't be a good outcome. At some point you just have to make a decision and maybe apply a different layer for esports events or something. Don't know, it's really difficult. I can see the pain of developers working with this, kinda. But I have to admit that this Lambo drives really nice, otherwise. And like I said, this like rolling back of the tire physics or updating of the tire physics leads to a more constant feel and a more friendly driving experience overall. But still, like, this floatiness and this, like, understeer behavior is, I don't know, still a bit strange. I also have to turn off all the TC settings to really feel the raw. What would happen, like, from the raw driving behavior of the car when everything is turned off. When I push it over the front, let's see. Let's let it fall into this left-hander here and see what it does. Yeah, still the same. Like, I just turn the wheel 90 or 180 degrees. Like while I'm driving, like third gear, just going to 90%. No, it's look. Okay, now we lost the car, but there are certain moments where you can just push it over the front axle, nothing really happens, and it's just floating. Yeah, it is what it is now. Have you tried the AMG? Yeah, we tried the AMG already. It was quite nice. Sounds great, looks great, feels very stable. James did a video already today, and he seemed pretty positive. He drove the Maca around Spa as he does in all GT3 videos. Okay. Okay. Yeah, like I said, I don't claim the absolute truth. I just share my experience. And everyone can experience it on their own tomorrow. Okay, let's go back. One final race maybe with the Aston Martin. What do you guys say? First, I wanted to check for the liveries and stuff. If we can see now the actual numbers. Let's see if my liveries are also in here. In this preview version. No, it's not. Okay, it's not here. Because usually we have our OverTake team. And I was hoping that my liveries would show up here, but it's not connected now to the racing, to the race control service. So therefore we can't see our liveries. I could probably load another one in now. Let's test that. I should still have it in my folder. Yeah, I would have to create a team first, right? Test team. This is quite cool, this functionality with the teams. Let's choose Germany. Let's just call it OverTake. OverTake. 23 is my number. Okay, liveries. Then I'd say apply to a new car. Then we choose the one that I have. The Toyota. By the way, have you seen WRC on the weekend? Oliver Solberg claiming his first WRC victory. That was great. Oh, wow, I just shared my opinion on the GT3s and the tire update just 2 minutes ago. If you just maybe go back 5 minutes, you will see my verdict on the tire update. I'm not happy with it. Not 100% happy. Parts of it are really nice, as we also experienced in our Imola showcase in the BMW. Ah yeah, here's the livery. So it now says this was the number that you already had always had when racing online. It already had the always had the 397 as standard, and this should now show when racing online. It should show the actual team number, I think. Shout out to Kevin Vannett, by the way, for creating this beauty of a livery. Really cool. It's quite nice. Yeah. Yeah, okay. I can't upload it now because of the Race Control Pro subscription that I don't have on this like test server here. But yeah, looking forward to that tomorrow then to see if it works. If the numbers are then shown also online, the actual racing numbers and not this like placeholder. We'll see. I also have a Sim Magic base, and I feel the same with the GT3s. Perhaps it needs to be looked at by the devs in Sim Magic. No, I don't think so. Not everyone is saying they feel this numbness. Could it be the Sim Magic issue? I don't know, because the hypercars feel very good. Like, the hypercars feel amazing, and also everything else feels great. It's just this one circumstance when you like turn the wheel like this, and you start to like feeling the grip and accelerating on corner exit. Like you're starting to like, you have this like tire steering angle, and you start to push the car. Like you start to get a feel for the acceleration and the grip levels and stuff. And it's just super numb. Just in this situation, that's the only situation where I don't feel anything. Like having this like steering angle from here to like here, and then starting to go on throttle. It's like so numb, you don't feel your front tires anymore. I don't know if that's only due to the wheelbase, because the raw information that is like communicated by the sim, not by the wheel manufacturer. Maybe there could be some sort of filter engaging with the telemetry and stuff, but yeah, I don't know. Also, I think team names shouldn't be unique. For example, why can't I start Dan Motorsport just because another Dan, another country started one before? Oh, yeah, I didn't know that it's like limited then. If there's already an overtake team, you can't create another one. Oopsie. Yeah, that's bad indeed. Dan Motorsport, yeah. There are probably a few Dan Motorsport teams out there. Great, yeah. One more race, maybe. One more short race in the Aston, little sprint race in the Aston Martin. Let's go, guys. Or do you want to see anything else, guys? I think we tested a lot now for numerous hours. But yeah, no overtaking allowed for other teams. Indeed. Yeah, let's do one more. Yeah, Fuji, maybe. Fuji. I just got used to Fuji. That could be a good one. 2025 Fuji. Yeah. Or we go Le Mans. Guys, Le Mans or Fuji? Silverstone is coming, yeah, in the next bigger update, in the next DLC. Yeah, I think hypercars and LMP2s are the big strengths of LMU. This is at least how I see it. Okay, guys, Le Mans or Fuji? What do you want to see? Fuji or Le Mans? Fuji or Le Mans? Fuji more, maybe? Or Le Fuji? Le Mans, baby. My God. Time is flying today. It's already 6 p.m. here. It's incredible. Time is flying. Le Mans? Le Mans. Le Mans GT3. I've been driving so much GT3 now. I wanted to showcase once more the Aston Martin Valkyrie. Defaults, yeah, defaults. LMU. Aston Martin number 7 again. Just a race, or maybe a quali and a race. 10 minutes quali to get used to the track a little bit. And then just a quick 15-minute race around Le Mans. Hypercars only. Yeah, heavy preset also for the quali, and let's go. We had Sebring already today, Danny. I started the stream of Sebring actually in the Aston. Diogo, I wouldn't write ACC off already. It's still a great sim with a great focus on GT3 driving. With the Nordschleife, with beautiful tracks like Misano, Laguna Seca, they have a great selection of tracks that Le Mans Ultimate will not have in a while. So if you can, just maybe drive both. Why not both? We here at OverTake, our team, we are also driving everything, a little bit of everything. And it's great to have like a broader... You will never be an esports pro if you drive all the simulators at the same time, but it doesn't matter, right? It's about the fun. And I just love to have different experiences every other week. So yeah, I enjoy pretty much all of the simulators. They all have their strengths and weaknesses. Like for iRacing, for instance, I look week per week if there's an interesting combination that I want to drive, and it's super good. Sometimes like Porsche Cup, also very unique experience. Porsche Cup and iRacing is brilliant. No other sim can give me that. So I drive iRacing for that. I drive the Ultimate for the hypercars. I drive ACC for the GT2s and GT3s and GT4s. I enjoy very much there. Having this big selection of cars there. So yeah. And then AMS2 for the historic stuff and so on. So yeah. And race room for the touring cars. And yeah, all have their sweet spot, yeah, where you can experience different things. AMS2 probably has the biggest variety of stuff, yeah. We can do the most stuff in terms of racing experience. As well as brilliantly optimized in terms of VR. Very like FPS friendly. I don't know, man. I feel like the hypercar tire model is just better than the AMG GT3 tire model. It just clicks when I'm out of the pits. It's the first time ever driving the LMH Aston Martin here in Le Mans. You have more time to enjoy V12 sound. Yeah, ACC even has more daily players than LMU. I think ACC is around 5,000 every day, right? LMU recently was at 3,500, if I'm right. That was the numbers I saw the other week. Most of the online activity in ACC is, I think, on low fuel motorsport. Philip, the heavy preset is just a grip preset. If you go, for example, here to this like information tab, this little black box that you have to see like the track information and stuff, you can see here in the track menu point, it says high grip. So that's pretty much the baseline grip that the track has. So it doesn't make a huge difference, but it just gives you a little extra glue to the ground sometimes. And it's mostly what you experience in online racing when you have a racing session. So I just prefer to have a, like also when I prepare for races or something, yeah, I just prefer to have a even experience, kinda. So that the track is not different every time I hit the track, so I just want to get used to braking points, to the grip level, and therefore I prefer just to drive on the saturated or high grip setting every time. It's just how my approach, basically, to... Just trust the aero here. I'm not a super experienced Le Mans driver, as you can maybe tell. Oh, yeah, too late. Ah, they are running soft tires. Interesting. Oh, I'm way too late. Interesting. Okay, I thought... I raced a little bit of daily races in LMP2 here recently. But they are also way slower, so you can brake a little bit later sometimes. Maybe. But Aston Martin is otherwise very stable. I mean, it was built for Le Mans more than anything else, so it makes sense that the car here, like, it works here pretty well. Okay. It's fun, like, feels good. Yeah, rubbering in of the driving line only happens live on track, I believe. So you have to simulate like a 60, like you have to have the AR running there for 60 minutes in practice, and you also have the rubber in line, I think. This is not defined by the preset. I think you can also like create a preset with an XML file or something, or with a JSON file. I don't know. Yeah, Diogo, I think LFM played a big role in enabling ACC to be that multiplayer title that it is. That helped a lot. I agree. Okay, Nicholas, yeah, maybe. I haven't tested it to this extent. But I was never running a green track anyways, except I was forced to in like online practice sessions or anything. But as soon as you got to the qualifying, also in daily races, I think it was high grip or saturated grip always. So the circumstances to like really experience the light grip are pretty rare. So yeah. Too late for the apex. Yeah, still the braking is a crucial factor here for the Aston Martin. So the we experienced this today earlier, like lockups are really happening earlier in the Aston Martin than the other hypercars. Even though the brake pressure is not even at 100%. Yeah, the car works great here. It's really flowy and it was quite friendly also around here. Usually I have a problem with grip loss. It was pretty slow. Let's try one more. Ah, Ah! Can't get enough. Music. It's music. Bonjour. Bonjour, vive la France. Yellow? Someone lost a car here. It's a private qualifying, but the cars are still physically there. They are just invisible. Interesting. I heard many positive things about the real Le Mans event. I have to visit this once. I was only at the Spa 24 and Nürburgring 24 this year. I never visited Le Mans. It's on my bucket list, but I heard so many positive things about it. From people who've been on site. Like, ideally next year, I finally want to visit Le Mans and also Goodwood. That would be the dream. These two events are still missing on my list, really. Again, yellow. What is the AI doing? Oh. Oh, no. Okay. I knew I should have backed up a little bit. That's a whoopsie, but it happens. Ah, Canada. Oh, sorry. Sorry, Pierre. I thought you were from France, but Canada it is. Vive le Canada. Okay, let's go, guys. Our final race of the day. We were streaming since, I think, 11? 12? I don't know. Many hours now. We had a great day, and this is the final little race here in Le Mans. Let's see, like, setup-wise. Yeah, we don't need as much fuel now. 5 laps, maybe? Let's go. But some fresh tires would be great. So the AI is running soft tires. Should we follow their steps and run soft as well? Kind of interesting choice here. Maybe...
Teams and drivers go to the grid for a race start.
Seems like they want soft. I think it's also not everywhere that you have the soft available, right? Is it 5 laps? Yeah, 5.3. So we maybe run out of fuel, but I take the risk now. Our virtual energy kind of fits the laps that we have to run, but 5.3 laps would translate to 6 laps, pretty much. So yeah, we could run out of fuel, but we will see. Would still be nice if the AI chose the fitting virtual energy for the race distance. Yeah, tomorrow. Tomorrow is the update. Around noon, as we heard. There's no resets, no. No online statistics reset. We checked that earlier today. Yeah, look, there's even the little... Can you see above the 007, there's this new, like, side marker thing that all the cars have now, this LED. It says 20th on the Peugeot. Also looks quite nice. That will look nice in the dark. Such a nice car. Oh. Aston Hypercar pulls the front a lot when passing curbs. Pulls the front? I wouldn't say so, no. Depends on the curbs. Like there were some, like we drove the car on Sebring earlier today. And that unsettled the car quite a lot, some of the higher curbs. But I think generally it's a pretty stable car. Like Sebring was an extreme example.
Green flag.
Team partner in front of us. Oh, where to pass? Left. Give us space, give us space. Thank you, Alpine. Ah, such a nice view, man. This is so atmospheric. Just loving it. Also finally racing with the 2025 teams. That's so cool. And guys, if you are watching here today, don't forget to like and subscribe to our channel. Thumbs up for the live stream if you enjoyed it. And if you have more questions, let us know in the comments in the chat now, because we are about to end the stream after this race. So if you want to know anything, like it doesn't matter how beginner level your question is, we'll try to answer it, as Yannick is also back in the chat. This is V12, yeah, 6.5 liter V12, and we had this topic earlier today, but this car is special in a way also since it has no hybrid system that you can work your way with, like with some of the other cars. So you can't, like as you can see here, battery is always at 100% because the car simply doesn't have the battery that you can also utilize for your virtual energy strategy games. It's just the pure V12 that you have to manage. Therefore, that's also, I think, part of the reason why the braking in this car is a bit more difficult to not lock up the tires. I almost never had a corner now where I could really, in the braking zone, hit the brake to 100%. Like the in-game setup, I have the brake force now at 94. That's the standard value of the Coach Dave. Oh shit. That's the standard value of the Coach Dave setup. That was not great. And yeah, I never really hit the brake to 100% because it will just lock up the tires everywhere, like left, right, front, left. It's just, we are hunting Peugeots again. So the lockups were, I would say, like 20%, happening 20% earlier than with, for example, the Ferrari or Toyota. So you have to be careful when jumping on the Aston Martin. You will probably be a bit more sensitive on the brake, as it really tends to lock up a lot. So you will probably also play a bit more with your brake bias and your brake migration. It's so much fun. It's so much fun, like, feel, force feedback, balance of the car, sound experience. It's wonderful. I love it. I could drive this all day, really. That's for me the biggest, and I was hoping for it so much that the car will be nice. That's really the biggest thing of this update for me. AMG GT3 tires, mixed feelings, but the new cars are really nice. I also love all the small things that they improved, like the setup screen, the replay graphics, or the replay HUD. So, good list of improvements. Let's just hope that all the bug fixes turn out well for other players around the globe. Yeah, the Merc sounds really good. The transmission, the engine, growl. I really like that as well. Ah, good top speed, it seems. Kinda paced out the Peugeots here. Yeah, I was still too cautious. I don't trust the brakes in this car yet. As you can see, the lockup again. Like every time you see a little like smoke screen behind your rearview mirror, behind your car, you know, okay, I locked it up. And it happens way too often now in the Aston Martin for me. So I have to get used to this. I baked in the braking muscle memory from the Toyota over the last few weeks, so it doesn't really help. This time we didn't lose the car here, nice. Oh, the Le Mans Pro is at work. Hey! 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 That was not the plan, getting killed by two Peugeots. Wow, look! Like two Velociraptors on the hunt. That's cruel. I wasn't so late on the brakes, wasn't I? How to avoid racing wheelbase overheating. Oh my god. TMDZZ. What wheelbase do you have? My wheelbase is not even warm-ish now after driving several hours. The answer usually is to tune down the force feedback strength. Don't run on 100% all the time. Give the wheelbase a little overhead, but that sounds a bit crazy. Yeah. But Yannick, can we switch to the Aston Martin for LMU Masters? Are we allowed to change cars during season? No, right? We have to stick with the car. But I'm happy to stick with the Toyota for now for online racing because I'm not quite sure yet about the Aston's performance. Yeah, we have quite some damage now. The steering is not straight anymore. But we will survive the rest of this race. Catching our teammate here. Only 1.5 seconds to the other Aston. But Aston and Peugeot seem to be a bit off, at least for the AI. Speaking of, how do I join the LMU Masters? So, this is called the OverTake Racing Club. And most of the events are dedicated for our premium members who support us with €1 a month. And that opens up the Racing Club events. And you can just register on our website for each event. And LMU Masters is then also open. I think LMU Masters is open for everyone, right, Yannick? It's not behind the premium wall, so to speak. Not quite sure about that, but usually it's premium only events. And yeah, we still have 3 rounds. So if you go on Overtake GG, there's on the top right, on desktop, and on mobile it's like you have to scroll down a bit, but there are the events calendar. And I think the next LMU Masters round is already up. It should be Spa. Okay. I'm getting tired. The gloves, yeah, it's feel gloves, like feel with with a double 3 instead of the E. So F33L feel gloves, and these are a special like mini series of Overtake branded gloves. We had a few of these as giveaways for like Sim Formula Europe and stuff. We probably have to print another run of those. But the glove model itself, I think they are pretty comfortable. I've been racing with them now for a while. Your hands do not get as sweaty as if you would use like proper racing gloves. Like I also have a pair of, I think it's OMP Evo Technicas that are among the best racing gloves. Oh god, the 2 Peugeots are back. I don't take this so serious now anymore. Bear with me. The racing. It's free, yeah, okay, it's free. The LMU Masters is free for everyone. Yeah, you can join each event if you can grab a slot. I think for the Spa race we have more than 60 slots on this track. 60 should be the double of 38. So 60, 64, 62, 62 slots, yeah. Can't do maths anymore. It's been a long stream. Revenge for the Aston Martin here. Side by side. They are on a hunt. The Peugeot Raptors. What? Is our page down? Oh no. Overtake.gg? Can't reach it. Oh, yellow. Oh, there's a Porsche with an issue. It's cool to see sometimes that the AI has some driver mistakes or crashes built in. This was Kevin Estre. One of the fastest drivers around Le Mans. He just completely lost the car. Oh no. Yeah, we're getting better now. Getting a bit more familiar here with Le Mans. Circuit de la Sarthe. Yeah, that's one of my focus tracks for the next few weeks, because this will also be the final round of our LMU Master, so I have to get better at Le Mans as well, like learn the track. I think it's not that hard to learn the basics of Le Mans. There's no super crazy corner, I believe. Could be wrong. At least it feels manageable for the start. I think this one here is quite crucial to get a good apex, to maximize. Also here, it's so important to maximize the exit speed. It can make a world of a difference. But the Aston feels great here in Le Mans. Way easier to drive than in Sebring. I'm currently near Le Mans circuit. This is exactly the sky we have right now, yeah? That's how realistic Le Mans Ultimate is. It looks kind of similar here now in the Eifel, in Germany. A little bit of clouds hanging and rain. It's a nice refresh. It's some pretty warm days ahead. Yeah, Sector 3. Sector 3 is the key. It's also where the most corners are, where the most technical corners are. Like this one here already is kinda critical, because you also need to carry a lot of exit speed. This is not how it's done. This is one of the most important, I believe. This one here, also super tricky, like the next one. This is like super quick right-hander. Let the car kind of fall, settle, and then downshift and get an earlier and better apex than I did. This one is more on the easier side. Yeah, we'll solve that problem for you, Boerman. Maybe you have discovered a little issue with the website that we were not aware of before. This one is so much fun. Porsche curves and this flowing part. Yeah, best lap at least here for the final lap. Guys, I think that's it for today. Sounds like the Alpine. No. I mean, the engines are kind of similar engine sound family, right? With V6 and V12. Just doubling basically the cylinders. But nah, it sounds really good. Thank you, Ash. Thank you, everyone else, for watching today. I think we found a lot of positive things, but also some negatives. I wasn't super happy with the LMG GT3 tires yet, even though I feel like they are an improvement over the last update. That's for sure. That's for sure. But are they where they could be? I don't think so. There are some elements to the driving and to the understeer that are still a bit off for my taste, but that's just my opinion, like I said. And yeah, the biggest win for me is really all the 2025 content, the bug fixes, the reworks of menus, for the setup screen, for the replays. The new cars are fantastic. Aston Martin will be very tricky for most people, I will say. The braking, you have to master the braking like completely new. It's way different. You have to be even more cautious than you had been before. Like there's no ABS in hypercars, but the Aston Martin is even harder to brake. So yeah, that will be tricky, I guess. We'll see if there will be some setups changing some elements of that. Like if you can like tweak the suspension, front suspension being a bit softer or something that makes the car a bit easier to brake when having this like weight transition to the front. And yeah, the update will be there tomorrow, 24 hours from now, maximum, maybe a little bit earlier even. Yeah, this is a preview indeed. And yeah, I love the new cars. I love the bug fixes. Hopefully they will work for everyone. I didn't have many problems with bugs before, so it was mostly fine for me. I haven't seen any significant, like, we had not a single black screen or glitch or whatever. It was all pretty flawless today here. Yeah, then the AI, they have not been the focus of development for the Le Mans Ultimate team, I believe. At least there were no big visible improvements in the racing that we saw on the tracks that we tested today. And we tested several tracks in this live stream. I think on Sebring it was maybe the best. Like Sebring is really, really good in terms of the AI's performance. There's not a single corner that I can think of where the AI is really off. We had the best fights really on Sebring, and that gives me hope. Ah, hey Luca, yeah, you are a bit late. We've been streaming for almost 7 hours, and you are showing up now. Luca, I'm really curious to see your opinion when you drive the GT3 tomorrow, because I know you had a bit of a problem sometimes to keep the tires alive and keep the car alive. So I'm curious to see your opinion tomorrow when you drive the Huracan maybe, or the Mustang with the new tire model. I had mixed feelings about it. In some situations, it's a bit too floaty for me, but I think it's way easier now to keep the car alive and to anticipate what the tires are doing. So that's overall a positive feel for the update. Hypercars and LMP2 the same treatment. No, I think they shouldn't touch. I think they shouldn't touch the hypercars. Really, like I feel like they are perfect. I enjoy driving them so much. But yeah, we will see. There's always things that can be improved, I guess. I think the main reason why they changed the GT3s in the first place was that esports drivers kind of abused the tire slip, and they were like constantly almost drifting. If that's right, like that was the reason. But otherwise, I think the hypercars feel so good. Like I love them. Really. So yeah, and in general, I just love LMU. I loved it in the early access with the latest updates, and I think it's worth giving it a try if you still consider, should I buy tomorrow? Should I buy today? I think you should give it a try. Test it with your setup, guys. You can still refund on Steam up to 2 hours of game time. Set it up. Get it baked in a little bit, get a few laps on your favorite track, and see if you feel it or if you don't feel it, yeah? Then you can still refund. That would be my advice always, if there is a new game and you are not sure if you like it or not. Just give it a try, and you can refund. That's the way to go, I think. Otherwise, yeah, the Valkyrie, Borman, you should try the Valkyrie tomorrow, it's great. Yeah, that's the verdict pretty much. Any more questions? Otherwise, I would wrap this off. And we can all agree that it's not so cool that career mode, or at least a season mode, hasn't made it to the 1.0 release. Would have been really nice to at least drive a career or a full season mode, and it's just race weekend. I think a full racing game should have at least a season mode as a standard feature. So that's really my biggest critique, that this is missing. It's cool that we have 3 years of WEC, but not having a single player mode except the race weekends is a bit thin. Yeah, career mode was teased already in the latest video. I'm a bit late, but is the Valkyrie competitive with other cars? I don't think so. If I look at my lap times on a track that I know pretty well by now, which is Portimao, I ran a 45-minute race. My best lap time was a 135.5, I think, or 135.8. And I was already running 133s, high 133s in race pace with the Toyota. So I don't know how much the patch has changed also in that regard, like BOP-wise, but I'm not on pace with the Aston Martin yet, but could be due to setup, due to adapt your driving style to it and stuff. So yeah, there could be many reasons why I was so much slower, like 2 seconds slower than with the Toyota. But hey, it was just the first test, so we have to see that in the next couple of days how competitive it is, and maybe it's just a matter of setup. Sometimes there are little tweaks. My favorite color, it has to be... It's split between blue and green, but it's probably green. Yeah, green, like a green, like a smaragd. Is it smaragd? An emerald. Emerald green is kind of my favorite color. Like if you will, like British racing green. So it fits the Aston Martin kind of. Yeah, emerald green. If I have to pick one color that I'm able to see the rest of my life, it's emerald green. Not the OverTake green. No. Review for the YouTube. You hearing all good things so far? More grip. Yeah, more grip, definitely. There's definitely more grip in GT3s now. And I also liked how the faster in the Ferrari at Qatar than the McLaren. Yeah, sometimes it's crazy. Differences of the cars. Yeah. Chat has frozen on screen. That's when you know it's time to end the screen. Has it? I think the chat is still here. Oh, never mind. Yeah. Okay, I don't see any more new questions, so yeah, time to say goodbye. It was a fantastic stream here for the 1.0 version of Lambo Ultimate. Almost 7 hours of testing and driving and having the LMU experience here today. So thank you for everyone who's been watching. Thanks for all the likes and subscribings. Subscriptions to the channel. I see so many names here who joined us, who joined the family today, like Borman, Stanton, Verhoeven, Trethiel. So thank you all for chatting here today, for being with us for the hands-on. Yeah, there will probably be more tomorrow. I should be able to allocate some time to stream a bit of the multiplayer then tomorrow, and also testing all the custom livery stuff that we haven't seen today, all the online stuff, and the new races also. There's a new set of races that should start tomorrow, so looking forward to that. And everyone else, enjoy the rest of the Monday, and yeah, enjoy the release tomorrow. Let's hope they are on time with the patch. And bye-bye from me. See ya.